Racism in cricket, gosh, I find that hard to believe. Next, they'll be telling us that the old buffers who prop up the bar at the golf club are intolerant. Oh! And, I like your work, Greta Thunberg, but please don't say that our emperors are naked.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Trying to keep my dinner down. A very chilly start this morning it was. Temperatures dropping to -5 in southern England. Blimey, that does sound cold. It's the 4th day in a row this week that the mercury has fallen to below freezing. How's that whole hoping for a warm winter going?
Oh, fabulous.
Below average temperatures observed this week are likely to continue until the end of the month.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Forecasters expect that a push of colder air from the north towards the UK will come because of high pressure near Greenland, wherever that is. This week, Scotland is set to be hit by 80-mile-an-hour winds as the worst storm of autumn blows in from the Atlantic. Coastal spots may become dangerous as winds coincide with spring tides, lashing sea fronts with high waves. Heavy rain expected tomorrow. Potential disruption is looming for roads, trains, ferries and air travel. So please find another method of travelling other than roads, trains, ferries or air. In the north and the northeast of Scotland, the Met Office is issuing a weather warning.
Warning!
In the Met Office, meteorologist Aidan said, another widespread frosty one for the south of England, perhaps South Wales as well, with temperatures in rural spots below freezing. Poor cows. Plenty of fine weather throughout Saturday for the south and the southeast, but winds really pick up later on Saturday. Gales or severe gales for the north and the west parts of Scotland in particular. Rain too, I bet. Checking while you wait. Where's my phone? I might have to get to pick another song out of the air. Wait a minute. Just as I suspected, in Glasgow, raining tonight and raining tomorrow. What? Not raining on Sunday? Pfft, rubbish. Raining on Monday and raining on Tuesday. Not on Wednesday. Yes, on Thursday. Not Friday or Saturday, but Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday of next week. I'd just expect it rains every day for the rest of your lives. Never mind. Sunday is going to be mostly dry and bright with spells of sunshine. Monday, mainly dry and sunny. So this is the outlook for Sunday to Tuesday. Sunny spells on Sunday, windy in the north with showers. Rain across the north. Monday, gradually heading south Tuesday. Did that make sense?
No.
There should have been some punctuation in there, but, what difference does it make? Would you like to hear the forecast for the month of November?
No.
Next couple of weeks, changeable autumnal conditions at the start of the period, with rain across the UK, followed by showers. Rain, followed by showers.
Oh, fabulous.
Wettest in the northwest. Surprised, no?
No.
In the northwest, wettest. The driest and the brightest in the southeast, then wintry showers from the north. Temperatures around average, although milder interludes more prevalent at first. That's the next couple of weeks. I might come back to that in a minute. Then into the start of December, so like the last week in November, the first week in December. Conditions likely to be less stormy and windy, colder than average, but drier than average. I will go back to the end of the next 2 weeks. Temperatures around average, although milder interludes more prevalent at first. We'll take it. Oh my God, what a week. Blimey. Labour would strengthen restrictions around MPs taking on lobbying jobs in a bid to clean up Westminster, Sir Keir Ora has said. Strengthen restrictions. Does that mean that they won't be able to take any other jobs?
No.
No. So it's not really terminating the problem then, is it?
Negative.
Writing in the I newspaper so that only he would see it, Keir Ora, the Labour leader, said he would toughen up rules to prevent MPs from being able to use their influence to profit. Yeah, right. toughen up rules. What's the point of toughening up rules if no one pays attention to the rules? It would be like toughening up the rules of marriage. It wouldn't make cheating on your wife any less likely if you said, "Till death us do part, and I'm sliced in two if I stray." But you were thinking while you were saying it, "Till death us do part, or someone hotter comes along." Wouldn't make any difference, would it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Sir Aura wrote, "If I were..." I did laugh out loud at this bit. He said, "If I were Prime Minister..." "If I were Prime Minister, we would have an office of value for money on behalf of taxpayers." I mean, really. Value for money. How about we have an office of not being nasty and mean? Or how about an office of fluffy jumpers and hot chocolate? He wrote, "If I were Prime Minister, we would have an office of value for money on behalf of taxpayers, an anti-corruption commission with real teeth, and far greater transparency on how your hard-earned money is spent. And we'd toughen the rules so MPs cannot profit from their office and open the door to vested interests. That is a serious plan to clean up Westminster." This could mean implementing new rules around what secondary jobs politicians are permitted to do outside of Parliament, which is the wrong answer. The only rules we need is that there shouldn't be any jobs that they are permitted to do outside of Parliament. No one seems to be saying this. It seems so patently obvious to me. They're saying, "Oh, well, you can take these extra jobs and, if they pay you £150, £250 a minute in order to do them, just as long as they don't expect anything in return." Right, because that sounds like something from the real world. They shouldn't be allowed to have any other jobs. None. Zero. As in naught. We have been lulled into thinking that you can only act in the interests of 100,000 people, which is about the average per MP. 100,000 people in your constituency and fully engage in the business of running the country and have a whole suite of other jobs that you do as well. That all of that can be done by an individual. I say no. And furthermore...
No.
Let's break down the numbers, shall we? They get £81,000 a year for doing this part-time job. And it is a part-time job. I mean, the amount of holidays they get... Judith Chalmers never saw so many holidays. £81,000 a year. Plus £23,000 a year paid rent. Plus £4,000 if you live in London. Plus an additional £1,450 if you live in London, for some reason. Plus £28,000 a year in office costs. Increased to £38,000 a year because of COVID. Plus £188,000 a year for staff, which could be your other half, or your children, or your youthful and lithe assistants. Plus £18,000 a year because of COVID. Plus £57,000 a year, or £57,000 for something called winding up costs, for when you either don't want to be an MP anymore, or your constituents don't want you to be their MP anymore. Plus £13,500 as compensation when you either leave or get kicked out. And if you make it up the greasy pole by subservience to the dear leader and you get into cabinet, well, there's another £67,505 in your pocket. That is a total of, get ready, you're not going to like it, £416,955 a year, plus £70,000 as a golden goodbye for when you leave the job.
What?
And that's considered such small beer that they need other jobs just to keep the bailiffs from the door. And, of course, if you keep your nose clean you don't make waves, or if you have proof of the misdoings of others in high office, or you have a fabulous home in a celeb's holiday hangout that you could lend to the dear leader, then you get the ultimate upgrade. A seat in the House of Lords forever, in which you can really start to coin it in. I mean, they say that the Lords aren't paid a salary, doing it for the good of the country, you know. Well, in addition to claiming the moral high ground and all the best tables at all the best restaurants and unimaginable outside earnings from being able to lend their title to some dodgy business-headed paper so as to infer some credibility to their reputation, the Lords can claim £305 a day just for showing up for lunch. Literally. They just have to be in the building. They could pass through on the way to somewhere else and still get it. And fact fans, that's tax-free because they're worth it. £305,000 a day tax-free is the equivalent to a salary of about £131,000 a year. £305 tax-free per day is also more than the monthly income of someone on universal credit. And on top of that, they get expenses, which last year amounted to £17.4 million. The only rules about whether MPs should be able to take other jobs should be that they can't. And of course that's not what Keir Starmer is proposing. Sir Keir said all the blame of the Patterson row is on the Prime Minister, Bodger, and accused his party of pretending that all politics is a sewer. Yeah, and you know what? I think that's the opposite of what the Tories are pretending. They're pretending that politics is a fragrant bouquet of decorum and selflessness. Starmer said that this attitude was the hallmark of every out-of-touch, arrogant, condescending elite that thinks they should be above scrutiny. That's more like it. Stick it to them, Keir. Sir Keir condemned the behaviour of the government, which had tried to change lobbying rules to protect Tory MP Owen Paterson after he was found to have breached MP lobbying rules. He said more sordid details are emerging, including reports that the government threatened to withdraw funding for constituencies of MPs who voted against his plans. Wow. Just to pause and take that in for a moment. Just chew that one over. Reports that the government threatened to withdraw funding for constituencies of MPs who voted against his plans. And that alone should bury the Conservative Party forever. People of Great Britain, this government actually threatened to make you poorer if your elected representative did not do what Bodger told them to do against their principles of fairness and justice. If you were reading about that happening in some South American dictatorship, you wouldn't be remotely surprised. You'd raise your eyes to the ceiling and think, well, good job that's not happening here then, eh? Good job, eh? James texts, Nick, happy Christmas. Oh, God. What? It's way too early. Happy Christmas. Please can you give me an early Christmas present and tell that Greta Thunberg to go back home and go to school. Happy New Year, says James. Yeah, good plan, James. If people stop telling you about the looming catastrophe, then it won't happen. You're an idiot, James, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. Daniel texts, hi Nick, I've spent the evening making festive cushion covers ready for Christmas. What? Come on, it's not even December yet. It's practically not November. We're ages away from Jesus' birthday. I've spent the evening making festive cushion covers ready for Christmas, says Daniel. I guess that makes me a listener with material. Let's have a call in Ruislip. Hello, Colin.
Hello.
Colin.
Nick.
Colin.
You were talking about the government.
Yes.
Now, listen, years ago there used to be closed shops, didn't there, for print, the railways and everything else.
Okay.
Now the government have got a closed shop without a union. So why don't we just say, listen, no closed shop in the government, we can decide what they want to do, and then we can stop them doing it, because there's no union there to tell them what they can or can't do.
Okay. All right. I'm not sure about that, Colin, but leave it with me and I'll have a full report on your desk first thing in the morning. How does that sound?
You'll get a gold star.
A gold star for me? It's just what I deserve. Thanks, Colin. Dan texts, Nick, now that the nights are drawing in, I'm enjoying turning out all the lights, setting aside my phone and laying on the rug and listening to an album. At this time of year, I think jazz sounds great, and I've started to explore the genre. Genre. I hate that word. Anyway, he started to explore the genre last year. He says, I have Kind of Blue by Miles Davis and Coltrane's The Love Supreme, but what other jazz records would you recommend? Dan, why don't you just go to a jazz shop and stop bothering me? He wants me to come up with a list.
Rock and roll!
I won't do it. I'm busy. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, that was a bit of a confusing one, that last call, wasn't it? But,
yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of green hypocrisy thing that Boris was up in Glasgow telling everyone that it's 1 minute to midnight to save the air. And then jumped on a private jet down to London because, according to Kwasi Kwarteng, there were time constraints.
Yeah.
To get down to a Garrick meal.
Yes, there were time constraints because they were about to ring the dinner bell. Yeah.
So then the other hypocrisy kicks in that he's been going on that he's helped educate women around the world.
He's very hands-on in that regard.
And then he goes to a men-only club with Lord Moore to have his fancy pheasant dinner.
Yeah. with the organisation that he describes as his real boss, the Daily Telegraph.
Absolutely.
But that's according to Dominic Cummings, and we find ourselves in a pretty alarming place when Dominic Cummings is more believable than any minister in this government.
Absolutely. Cummings got it absolutely right, that everything he'll throw anyone under the bus to save himself.
Completely.
Cummings is becoming more believable than before. But the other thing that one of the things I wanted to mention was, this Patterson guy, Owen Patterson, that's caused a bit of a fuss this week. Did you realise that him and Ian, middle name Smith, got a private hearing with Trump? No civil servants there, no minutes taken or anything else. They flew over to New York, met Trump, and came back again.
What? Who do they think they are? Vladimir Putin?
But what's all that about? Why doesn't the British public get some sort of feedback on what our wonderful leaders are doing, going over and meeting Trump, coming back, no minutes?
There seems to be a thread of this pretty much wherever you look. There's like a seam of unaccountability in government. I mean, what kind of organisation outside of a drug dealer uses burner phones to conduct business? I mean, come on, people.
Absolutely. I mean, if the trust hadn't gone before, we've got to get really, really aware of this, and the British public have got to start getting a handle on who's doing what and who's doing what with who and why.
Who's doing what with who?
Disgusting.
Nobody needs to know that.
I mean, nothing to do with £25,000 a week, mansions in Spain, nothing to do with lordships. I mean, Boris Johnson has said, no, I don't need to declare that because I'm a personal friend.
Yeah.
But a personal friend's fine, but if you give somebody a lordship for life, then it is political, and it's political for life. So if you start taking £25,000 mansion holidays off them, there has to be a connection.
The reason that they have all been smirking, every single person in the government has been just permanently smirking ever since they got in, is that they, with great justification up to this point, have believed that they were getting away with it because Brexit. Everything that they visited upon this country was excusable because they had created a cult army who would excuse anything as long as it was performed by the people that represented Brexit to them. Brexit represents hope and a better life, more money, that sort of thing. Everything that was promised. Of course, all of that's completely unravelled, and even Stevie Wonder can see that none of those things have become or will become true. So what they're left with now is faith and hope. And it's very, very hard to chip away at faith and hope. I mean, look at religionists. There's absolutely no evidence of any kind for any religion on earth. And yet you cannot chip away at the faith of the people who believe. It's and what he's created around him is a cult. And the people who support him will not deviate from that support, because it would mean, A, too much loss of face to admit that you've been had, and B, a loss of hope that their lives are going to get better as advertised. And they've been riding on that ever since they got in, smirking away, knowing that they're just getting away with absolutely everything that they've perpetrated on this country since the election, until now. Until the Daily Mail, what it was the paper what won it this week. All other considerations are secondary. It's the Daily Mail's front page that visited this ruination on him and his own.
Absolutely, yeah. You're bringing Brexit into it's absolutely right. He defended Cummings on the basis of Brexit. He defended everyone else in the cabinet on the basis of Brexit. But the Owen Paterson thing isn't about Brexit.
Yeah.
And therefore the public have realised, no, we're not having this. This is unjust.
I'm not sure that they have. I think a certain section of the public who didn't support him in the first place have realised that, but then they were never under any illusion that this was anything other than a smash and grab raid of a government. I think his fans are still there, and that is evidenced with his support, which hasn't really collapsed at all. It should be at zero, knowing everything that has gone on up to this point. But it's still at a point at which he would win again if we went to the polls tomorrow. Amazing, and it's the B word. But anyway, stop saying absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Mike. Michelle texts, "Hi Nick, war with France. I am French and alarmed, but not armed. Crazy times indeed." Yes, oui, Michelle. Chris says, Nick, would an MP be allowed a second job in the NHS as a GP, etc.? No. How can you be a GP and an MP? How can you have the time to do both? How can you have the time to be an MP and do anything else? You have your constituents, for a start, their best interests, which are many and various, a whole rainbow of interests that you've got to get your head around. There's no end of things. And then actually being part of an organisation that runs the blooming country. You can do that and a second job? I don't think so. Are we not paying them enough? Of course we are. Did you not hear what the addition that I did at the beginning of the show? It's north of £400,000 a year, if you add it all up. £400,000 a year each. £400,000 a year each. Dan says the public have given Johnson so much metaphorical rope that he would have to jump off the moon for it to have any effect. We're doomed. And Chris says, oh no, I've read that one. Or I've read half of it anyway. He says, P.S. I think proportional voting might make a few blue seats less safe. Absolutely. Proportional representation. Its time has come. All it needs is the left-wing parties to actually get together and agree on something. So that's out. But I refuse to believe that a rainbow coalition, as most of our competitor countries are run by, a coalition. I refuse to believe that a coalition government would have visited this mess on us. I mean, not even close. I mean, do you think if the Greens, the Labour Party and the Lib Dems, for instance, and the SNPists were all were in power instead of the Tories, that we would have spent £47 billion on a phone app that doesn't work? It's inconceivable, isn't it? I mean, it's hard to believe that it actually happened under this administration. £47 billion, Bodge. Yeah, you don't have to think about it. I've done the maths already. £47 billion. And you just sort of, you toss that number off as though it's meaningless. It's a number that is so large that it just becomes meaningless. So I'll do the seconds thing again. 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 million. That's a lot of seconds to make up 12 days. 1 million. 1 billion seconds, 31 years. That fair sits you down, don't it? 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. And we spent 47 billion on a phone app that doesn't work. So in terms of seconds, if 1 billion is 31 years, multiply 31 by 47, in terms of seconds, we have, on a phone app that doesn't work, spent 1,457 years. If £1 equals 1 second. 1,457 years. And it just disappeared. No one has any idea where it went. It's like Theresa May's magic money tree in reverse. How can you spend £47 billion on anything, never mind about something that doesn't work? It's almost half the budget of the NHS per year. £47 billion. It's impossible, but somehow they found a way. How did you do it, Bodge? No idea. And now this. I mean, it really is. It is like a banana republic, isn't it? It's just like a third world comedy country we're in now, and it's only taken him 2 short years to bring us down to this level. If your MP voted for some sort of accountability and check on this government, then this government threatened to make you poorer and remove the vital services that you rely on so as to punish the MP, to make the MP less popular in your eyes. I mean, just suck on that pastille for a while. But don't take my word for it. Keir Starmer wrote, reflect on that for a second. If you've got a Tory MP and they want to take a stand against corruption, Boris Johnson will respond by taking money from your local school, your local hospital, and your local high street. And you know what that sounds like? Exactly what Donald Trump would do.
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
Everything this government seems to do has the ring of, what would Donald Trump do about it?
Oh, shut up!
Keir Starmer said the British public could forgive mistakes, but not lies, and called on Boris Johnson to apologise to voters. Yeah, right. That's what he'll do. He said failure to apologise will lead to one obvious conclusion, that Boris Johnson truly believes there should be one rule for him and his friends and another for the rest of us. Well, here is the news. Bodger has always thought that there is no rule for him and all the rules for everyone else. He's always thought that. And I can prove it. There's this famous letter that was sent to Boris Johnson's dad during Bodger's time at Eton. And it explains a lot. Martin Hammond, who was Johnson's housemaster at Eton, wrote, this is when he was there, same hairstyle, same, untucked act. He wrote, Boris really has adopted a disgracefully cavalier attitude to his classical studies. Boris sometimes seems affronted when criticised for what amounts to a gross failure of responsibility, and surprised at the same time that he was not appointed captain of the school for next half. I think he honestly believes that it is churlish of us not to regard him as an exception one who should be free of the network of obligations which bind everyone else. Is that him in a nutshell?
Yes.
And it was true when he was a child at school, and it's true now. Because nobody's ever said the word no.
No.
He just keeps getting away with it. Hence the smirk on him and everyone that's around him. We've elected Flashman to the top job.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's worse than that, because he looks like Just William, but acts like Flashman. And it was all about this Patterson bloke, resigned on Thursday after a whirlwind couple of days which saw him initially saved from a potential suspension, only to face a fresh vote when the government made a screeching U-turn. Following public and political outrage and, crucially, and most importantly, a monstering on the front page of the Daily Mail. We appreciate it, the Daily Mail.
Thank you.
I think without that, they would have just barged through it, like a rugby tackle. Just heads down and just charge forwards, and we'll get distracted by, a dinghy. Push them back out to sea, let them drown. So the government had originally supported an amendment put down by the former leader of the Commons, Dame Andrea Leadsom. You know Dame Andrea Leadsom, don't you?
Boo!
Yes, that's her. The amendment would have The amendment would have prevented Patterson's immediate suspension by launching a review of the entire disciplinary system. And by review, they mean termination.
Correct.
It seems to be the way. Every time they are upbraided or reined in any way, shape or form, the response of the regime is to try to dismantle the organisation that did the reining in. Is this Great Britain anymore? Have I lapsed into a coma and this is a dream? God, wouldn't it be marvellous if we could just snap awake from this? And that was the plan. Instead of abiding by the rules, the answer is to get rid of the rules. And the plan was backed by almost 250 Tory MPs. 250 Tory MPs thought it was such a wizard scheme to essentially make anything they did legal that they could not wait to vote it through. And by Thursday morning, the government was forced into yet another U-turn. They U-turn so much, I'm surprised they haven't screwed themselves into the ground. And they scrapped these plans. Well, let's say not scrapped. Let's say paused. If this doesn't come back in some other form that they'll dress up as being what the British people want, being good for Britain, I'll be amazed. This is going to come back. I betcha. They'll just call it something else. And they'll stick a flag on it. Oh, God, it's also wearily predictable. Yeah, and anyone who disagrees with the dear leader is being unpatriotic. And Patterson, who a day earlier said he had been vindicated and wouldn't hesitate to take money for consultancy work again, yeah, I bet. He announced that he was resigning as an MP.
Bye-bye.
Well, see if we can do without you. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Joanne says, just think of all the time, money and effort Parliament have spent on the Owen Patterson debacle. Could it not have been better spent on, say, including but not limited to, feeding hungry children, bridging the equality gap and funding the NHS? No, Joanne, that's not what the British people want. Apparently. So it has been drummed into us. What the British people want is whatever Priti Patel says next, apparently. Andrew emails, "Hi Nick, I can't help but thinking that holding COP26 in Glasgow may have been a bad idea. Surely world leaders will take a courteous glance around and ask themselves, Is this really worth saving? Wow. I guess you live in Edinburgh, Andrew. Of course Glasgow is worth the saving. Glasgow is a magnificent city, which I love a lot. Architecturally, one of the best looking cities in the land. I mean, of course, Edinburgh's no slouch in that regard, but never mind. By the way, I mean, talking about Bodger, did he actually sit next to Sir David Attenborough without a bloomin' mask on? He's the only one in the... I'm looking at a picture of him right now. He looks like he's fallen asleep. He's paying so much attention. He just can't wait to get out of there. Go to the garret and sit with his ilk. He's sitting there right next to David Attenborough. An actual real-life national treasure, and he's not wearing a mask. He's the only person in this entire picture who's not got a mask on. Bodger Johnson. What an absolute shower. 0345 6060 973. Wrexham. Hello, Taff.
Good evening. Boris's next big plan, I'm just hoping to all the heavens that be that I am already too old to take part in his inaugural Hunger Games. Right. There's going to be some sort of distraction thrown our way. I'm amazed it hasn't arrived yet, but they must be putting their heads together, thinking of something to take our minds off the smash and grab raid that we've elected as a government. Well, if I would give any advice to anybody now, please, nobody practice with a bow and arrow. You'll be in there. Yeah. Keep all your weaponry in a locked case. Exactly right. All right. Thanks a lot, Taff. Forthcoming attractions. Yeah, I don't doubt it. There's going to be something, and I'm amazed that it hasn't happened already. So it'll be next week. Some major announcement, some big thing. It might be, I don't know, something on crime and punishment. We're going to bring back hanging for, I don't know, like just random hangings. That's what that's what the British people want. Or we'll buy a new, God, I don't know, yacht or a new battleship or a new fleet of drones to take out people who double park. Or it'll be something this week, I betcha. They won't let this stink hang in the air. They'll have to do something to take our minds off, because that's what they do. Don't fix the problem. Fix the problem of the public thinking about it. This says, did the PM try to throw his MPs under the bus this week? Well, due to a shortage of bus... yeah, no, because of a shortage of bus drivers. By the way, says this text, what did Melania think of Prince Charles' speech at COP26? I don't care. She's actually not that bothered. Priceless that... members of the royal family are instructing us on how to reduce our carbon footprint. I mean, do me a favour. There is not another family in the world that has a bigger carbon footprint than our royal family. They must be the most wasteful collection of people that have ever existed. I mean, shall I read you the list of their various palaces, castles, manors, estates, cottages, houses, lodges, and all the rest of it? I don't think I've got time now, because I've only got 2 hours, 5 minutes to go. And when they say house, it looks, and you see a picture of their house, it looks like a palace. I mean, if it's got 100 bedrooms, it's not a house. Do me a favour. And they're all incredibly old, probably single glazed, drafty as a field, and all of them are heated, cleaned, polished, rubbed and secured to their majesty's precise specifications, whether they go there or not. And we're the ones that are going to have to cut back. Yeah, right-o, Chaz. I'll do that straight away. Ricky tweets, hey, Ricky, you're so fine. You blow my mind here, Ricky. Talk now that Bodger is going to send his mate Patterson to the Lords. Yeah, well, I bet that's coming as well. How much more does this man think we're willing to take? Ricky, an unlimited amount, because all of the evidence would back up that assertion. Enough people will let him do anything as long as Brexit. And that's what this is all about. That informs his support. I mean, it can't be anything else. I mean, it can't be because of his stellar record in governance. I mean, come on. Apart from, I think, America, Brazil, yeah, just those two countries. I think we have the worst death rate and the worst economic hit of any country on earth. Little old us. He's done wonders. I mean, nobody could possibly have imagined that he would have been able to visit this catastrophe on us. To the point now that, this attitude that they have of, if something bad becomes known about us, don't fix the bad thing, fix the way in which that bad thing became known. Just plug the gap. Don't fix the problem, fix how people got to know about the problem. And it's the same with fishing, and it's the same with Brexit in total. I'll come to that in a while. It's just absolutely amazing. And nothing surprises you anymore about this government because they keep doing the same thing over and over again. And they just keep getting away with it over and over again. For like several reasons, all of which have to do with him, which is one of the reasons that the Tory party are going to be disinclined to defenestrate him, chuck him out the window. It's because the public look at him and buy his act, or 40% of the public do. They think, oh, he's doing his best. Like he's a naughty, scruffy little schoolboy who's been asked to clean his room and hasn't been able to do it. Oh, his toys are still all over the floor, but he did his best. Nobody else can do that. It's like we've been hypnotised. Wake up, sheeple. It's later than you think. Oh. It is actually painful. When will this ever end? I think, coincidentally, Testicular Fortitude is the new album by Iron Maiden.
Rock and roll!
Not a lot of people know that. I've read half of this email, so I'll start again. Ricky tweets, talk now that Bodger is going to send his mate Patterson to the Lords. How much more does this man think we're willing to take? Something else? Doesn't Patterson got a pension from the Commons? We are being taken for mugs here, says Ricky. Well, if you act like a mug, then you get taken for a mug. This whole country seems to be acting like mugs. We take it and we take it and we take it. We say, thank you, sir, may we have another? They give it to us. MPs get a pension. It's something like a 50th of their final salary per year worked, in inverted commas. Something like that. But he'll be all right. I mean, he's paid something, wasn't it, like £100,000 a year? I'm sure that the organisations that paid him £100,000 a year will continue to do so because apparently they didn't need anything back for that money. Like every other MP that is paid by outside interests, be it oil companies or banks or tobacco companies or any of those organisations that pay MPs, they got all the money in the world. They can just pour money all over them. But, of course, none of them actually expect anything in return. Because that's believable. Lauren emails, Nick, I heard that every time Christmas is mentioned in November... You're not going to like this, kids. You want to put your fingers in your ears and hum, just for a couple of seconds. Lauren says, I heard that every time Christmas is mentioned in November, Santa shoots an elf. I really hope that's true, says Lauren. Well, we do have an elf overpopulation problem.
They need thinning out. That's quite right. Here is Brighton. Hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Yeah, there is no end to this chaos.
Nope.
And regarding the royal family and COP, well, they're doing their best.
Yes, sure they are.
Yeah, and yes, and another thing you said. Yes, I think there needs to be a big announcement next week to create a good smokescreen for all this.
I just wonder what it's going to be and who's going to be suffering for it.
Yeah. They've come up with some levelling up agenda, levelling up policy.
Sure.
Blow some money.
No. It's going to have to be much more than that. It's going to be a ramping up of hostilities with France.
Yeah, okay. Send the gunboats over.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
Yeah, but regarding this Owen Patterson thing, it's incredible how, what's happened, how quickly this has blown up. Because I'm sure you weren't talking anything about this last week, were you?
No, not a word.
And I'm not even sure what's going on. I've got a little bit of an idea, but it's so quickly it's blown up, and how Bodger has thrown his MPs under the bus, forcing them to vote for this. I think he's actually turfed some of them out of one of them out of a ministerial position.
Well, the threat was, if you don't vote for what we're telling you to vote for, which goes against every principle and an honest thought of any of the people that are actually in his party, assuming that they actually have principles and honest thoughts, then they were going to get sacked.
Yeah. But then he's resigned the next. Well, I think the government made the U-turn the next day, some sort of U-turn when when they realised it was backfiring or something.
When they read the front page of the Daily Mail, that's when it changed. Really quickly. Yeah, because they were expecting full support, as they have always relied on in the past. But wow, the front page of the Daily Mail this week, that was a keeper. I'm going to frame that.
Yeah, but. Obviously, a lot of these MPs have been made to look like stooges and fools.
That's because they're stooges and fools.
Yeah. But I wondered whether you thought some of these MPs might turn on Bodger now.
If they
they finally might do.
If they had a reasonable alternative, then they would. Yeah, I mean the Conservative Party has a history of chucking people out the moment they become a liability. But what the problem that they have is that Bodger is the Heineken of MPs. He reaches the parts that other MPs can't for some reason, because people buy that act.
Yeah.
All of that, all that nonsense. They still buy it. He acts like a 12-year-old. No, a 5-year-old. Always has done. He's got the same haircut now as he had in Eton. Look up the pictures. They're available on the World Wide Web. He looks the blooming same. Untucked, just William, paw. And people love it. It's excruciating.
Well, I think in public have to turn against Bodger eventually, don't you think? And some of these MPs... Has to happen sometime, so...
John, the majority of the population does not or never wanted this government. They did not vote for him, but just enough people did, and because of the screwed-up system that we have, which is, adjacent to democracy, but not really a shining example of it, because of that system, he got a massive majority with a minority of the votes. So the system is tipped in his favour, and all he's got to do is keep people on side, telling them, stay with me and I'll get Brexit done.
Or maybe he wants to bring back Cummings or someone like him to, cover up this or cover up this sort of mess.
Yeah, I think he'll bring back hanging. And that'll take our mind off it. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, John. 0345 6060 973. Scott texts, if you want a more clarified image that suggests the state of this country, a popular high street pizza establishment now offers a 6-month buy pay period for pizza orders. What does that mean? You're kidding me. A buy pay period. I don't know what... That's a pretty bad way of putting... a 6 months interest-free period for paying for your pizza. You're kidding. He says, Great Britain 2021, where you can finance a takeaway. That can't be true. Buy a pizza today and pay for it in 6 small monthly instalments. No. Murray says, saw an ambulance pick an Insulate Britain protester up from the M1. He was complaining of chest pains and needed a bypass. Oh, for crying out loud. Will you people stop it? I mean it. Southampton. Simon.
Nick.
Simon.
Couple of things. I was listening to your Sunday show, and when that, I don't know whether you remember, but the last caller that called in, the words she used were, he's doing his best.
Yes.
Do you remember?
Oh, yeah.
My jaw hit the floor, and I actually made a vocal
an exclamation. Yes.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. We are.
Well, I flipped my lid. I almost lost it for a little bit there. Yeah.
I just don't know what will wake these people up. But I've got an idea, right? So let's just assume that I'm in charge of everything.
Yes.
At the moment, like a god, and I've come up with the answer to the problem. But I want you to pick holes in it if you can, right?
Go ahead.
So I think part of our problem is that we have safe seats.
Yes.
Now, I personally do not believe for 1 minute that, all right, maybe not everybody, but the majority of people in this country vote for their MP. I think they vote for a Prime Minister.
Correct.
Which, again, is how we end up in this problem.
Yes.
So I would like to see a system whereby, like normal, when there's an election, you would go and put your cross in a box for the party or Prime Minister or whatever that you would choose.
Mm.
But then I would like to see the party that wins that seat then have to have a secondary election whereby 4 or 5 candidates from that party are then voted for. So, therefore, it would stop, in theory, people like your Desmond Swains and like that, your Bill Cashes and people like that, from constantly getting re-elected and making a comfortable career, which obviously then incentivises them to back people like Johnson, because they're not concerned about the people that they're working for. They're concerned about themselves.
Yeah, some individuals, if they are members for certain areas of the country, have got a job for life.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Like that bloke, for instance.
And can you think of a single person in their right mind that would vote for that man to represent them? Because I can't.
No, me either. But they don't, though. They vote for Bodger because, as we have previously established, he's doing his best.
Exactly. And it's as if the MP for the constituency, I don't even know his name, that's just part of it.
Well, exactly. Here's an idea. Don't put the party next to the person's name. If you're going to vote, you have to know the name of the person that you're going to vote for. You don't get any help, no clues or anything like that.
Well, I think the top hat and a monocle will be clue enough in this instance, wouldn't it? But you know, if you had the opportunity to vote for 4 or 5 different people, there's then no guarantee. At least they've then got something to fight for, and there's no guarantee that one person would. I mean, look at Dennis Skinner. Now, I like Dennis Skinner. Don't get me wrong, right? But that little old guy, I'm sure that where he used to sit is an indentation.
Yeah.
you know, and you know, like I say, it's not a party political thing, because if I was to sway one way or the other, he would be more the way that I sway. But you know, in order to get fairness for everybody, this system needs to end. And it needs to end quickly.
We need proportional representation, because the majority of the people in this country are not having their views attended to. It's a vociferous minority that get their way. In other words, whoever shouts the loudest.
Oh, it's just I can't bear it.
It's getting beyond a joke.
Oh my God! It actually makes me feel down, physically and mentally down when I see what's going on.
Yeah, Simon, cheer up, mate. It might never have. Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Ein texts, not Rand, surely. Ein texts. Dear Nick, if only Gavin Williamson was still around. I miss him. I miss him too. But not very much. Nora says, Mr. Abbott, bet you love it. The fact is that a stopped clock is right twice a day. What's that got to do with anything? A stopped clock? I have no idea what you're talking about, Nora. I came by a clock that wasn't stopped, but that was pretty much covered up, wrapped up like a Christmas present it was, and that was the Elizabeth Tower. Can't call it Big Ben Tower, because people call in and go, oh, don't you know anything? That's the bell. I read it on the internet. It looks fantastic. I've got no idea how much money they've spent on it, but I imagine it's a vast amount. But they've uncovered one or a couple now, maybe faces of the clock after its restoration. Wow, that's going to look great when it's finished. They're going to unveil it, and it'll knock your socks off. Fabulous building on the outside. It's just what's inside that I have a problem with. Let's have a call in Peterborough. Peterborough. Hello, Louisa.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Louisa.
How are you?
Great, mate.
How are you?
Fine, thanks for asking.
Jolly good. I was going to talk about Bodge.
Yes.
Yes, well, he's doing a very good job, isn't he?
Is he?
No.
Oh.
No, he's not. He's not doing a good job, and what we need someone to look after us all, don't we?
Yeah, or look after him.
Look after him? Have you seen what he looks like? Yes, well, how are we going to look after him then?
Well, leave it with me and I'll concoct a plan, Louisa. I'll run it by you, of course, before putting it into action, but...
Oh, my God, what's that plan, then?
Yeah, I don't think you're really getting this, but I'm leaving it open so as you can fill it in, at your leisure. Anyway, thanks a lot, Louisa, for whatever that was. David emails, I remember Derek Skinner standing up at a similar debate many years ago about MPs having second jobs. He said, if you do this job properly, you don't need a second job. I don't agree with his politics, but he was right, says David. Yeah, I've been saying this for about the last hour and a half. How can you possibly, in all seriousness, be an MP and claim to have time to do another job? How? How can you justify the needing the extra money? And how can you, with a straight face, tell us that businesses will pay you a six-figure sum and want nothing in return? I mean, come on, please. Let's have Danoon, Nora.
Hello, Nick.
Nora.
Hi. Your musings on what Johnson what rabbit he could pick up out of a hat.
Yeah.
To distract us all. Mm-hmm. This is going to sound a bit weird.
Uh-oh.
The monarch is very old.
He's going to shoot her.
Practically.
I think that might be a step too far, even for Bodgers fans.
No. Part of life is luck. He just might be bloody lucky enough.
Right. Don't say it. But I know where you're going, and I had that thought already. Yeah, he might just be blooming lucky enough. Yeah, for the ultimate distraction. Yes.
Well, can you imagine? This country is just. She's a nice person, I suppose. Unlike the others. I'm losing it.
The family are, a bit iffy, but very precious few people have a bad word to say about the Queen.
No, she's different, isn't she?
She's certainly different from the rest of them. Yes. Yeah.
No, and as I say, he just might have that bit of luck on his side. Because basically, they could rape the country while everyone's in mourning.
Wow. That's a pretty alarming way to put it, Nora, but thanks. Wow, I had no idea that's where that was going to go. Huh. Thanks, Nora. Pauline emails, Hi, Nick, I'm so sick of the doom goblin greeter and the bored kids that follow her. Why don't they go and watch Top of the Pops? Says Pauline. There is a large number of people who think that if people would just stop telling us about climate change, then it won't happen. You know, like that's a possibility. Can you please stop telling us that our life is out of balance, and then it will become balanced? Here goes the thinking. Stop telling us that we're getting it all wrong, and we will, by extension, have got it all right. I saw a film last night called The Age of Stupid, with that bloke with the craggy face who's in the dinosaur movie. Pete Postlethwaite. What an excellent name that is. Pete Postlethwaite. He was narrating this film, which was just a series of clips. I think it was done about 10 years ago. A series of clips on the subject of climate change and what it will visit upon humankind. In short, it said,
it can only be attributable to human error.
Human error. And it's that kind of human error that has been exhibited by Pauline right there. If you just stop telling us about it, then it will cease to be a thing. Right. Andy says, can you name Bodger's 36 U-turns in order? If you get them in order, you get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points. If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. 36. Blimey. Like I said, if they U-turn just one more time, they're going to screw themselves into the ground. Daniel tweets, come on, Nick, give our Boris a break. He's doing his best. Not even in jest, Daniel. That caller was right. I just couldn't take it anymore. Like on Sunday night, it was the last caller. And she was berating me for being mean to Bodger. And she actually came out with, I don't think those were the exact words, but it was definitely along the lines of, leave him alone, he's doing his best. I mean, for crying out loud, people, he's the Prime Minister of this country. He's not a child who has been told to clean up after the dog. No other politician on earth would be given a pass. And it's because he presents this fake image of himself that people just... It's like he's a little puppy dog. Oh, you know, I'm so untogether I can't tuck my shirt in or comb my hair. And everything's a joke. And then he does the eyes thing. He does them really wide. Which apparently a certain number of ladies find they have no defence for. I don't get it myself, but then, I'm not his intended target. There isn't another politician... Then this is why the Tories will probably stick with him, regardless of all of the headlines that come their way, is because who else? I mean, Michael Gove? No. And furthermore... No. Well, so who else? Dominic Raab? Liz Truss? I mean, who else is there? Nadeem Zahawi? No. Although he does have the figures to back himself up.
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including 86%, 5 million, and of course over 50%. And what I'm saying is, an additional 162 million, and that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and one, 2, 11, 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right now, that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Thanks, Zaphod. You're the best. Christian tweets, how much did the government spend for the phone app in Fahrenheit? That's a very good question, Christian. To get from £47 billion to Fahrenheit, you multiply by 2 and then add 36. So 47 times 2 is 87. And 87 plus 36 is 129. So they spent on the phone app in 129 billion centigrade. Can you believe that?
No.
Lee texts, I was hoping that the John Lewis Jesus birthday advert, well, Jesus birthday, right, that we would see Priti Patel take into her home some immigrants from a dinghy on the channel. What are the chances? I would say 0. A 0. Let's have Glasgow. Hello, Robert.
Good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'd just like to tell you a personal anecdote about COP26. This is the first night I've been able to go to Glasgow University, where I'm a researcher and work in my lab, and it's cost over £22,000 in lost revenue and experimentation.
£22,000 in lost revenue and experimentation.
Yeah, well, the experiment, my experiment had to be closed down because of the major arteries and motorways, and even the back roads leading from the east end where I live to the west end where Glasgow University is, was closed off by the police.
Right.
So I work in high energy physics and laser ionisation systems.
Lasers. Great.
Yes, laser ionisation systems, and it had to be closed down. I'm actually in the lab just now, so I'm working over the weekend.
Oh my God, you're like that record. I was working in the lab late one night. Go on.
So I just thought I'd pass that on to you, Nick.
Well, I am shocked and stunned. So, what's your thesis? What are you working towards?
I already have my PhD.
Right. But you have an experiment. What's the expected outcome?
Oh, well, the expected outcome is the signature for Semtex 42. What you do is
that sounds like explosive.
It is.
Right.
And what you do is that you put it into the femtosecond laser and you ionize it.
Yeah, that's probably a very bad idea. That doesn't sound like a very good idea. Do you know what you're doing?
Yes, I know what I'm doing. Yes, I know very well what I'm doing. And you ionize it, and it gives off a specific signature. So that should it appear in any terrorist handbook or any bombs or whatever, you'd be able to trace it back to the country of origin.
Right. They'll be able to trace it back to you. I'm calling the police. All right. Thanks a lot, Robert. And be safe. My best advice is don't put it in a microwave. I think that's probably very, very good advice. Or hit it with a hammer. Thanks, Robert. There's another, what did he say? £23,000 we won't see again. Thanks a lot, COP26. Not much COP26. Matt emails, I'm in Poland tonight, and I realise that MP's package that you mentioned is 22.3 million zloty. I'm coming back to stand, says Matt. Well, that does make it sound like quite a lot, doesn't it? 22.3 million zloty. Let's have Hendon. Peter.
Hello, Mick. Hello. Yeah, I've got to be very careful how I ask you this question, but you've got to be a great admirer of the person that chooses the cabinet of today, or the person or the people that choose a cabinet today, because at least one person in the cabinet draws more support into the Tory party than Boris himself.
Who's that then?
I can't tell you, sir, because I don't want to appear to be racist.
Okay. All right, well, then don't. Thanks, Peter. Doesn't want to appear racist and didn't, by dint of not saying what was on his mind. It's still a Brexit thing. It has to be. It's the only reason it can only be Brexit. That is the reason that he's still in a position to win the next general election. That and the screwed up system that we have of so-called democracy in this country, which isn't really democratic because it ignores the will of most of the people. Most of the people have voted against the Conservative Party every year since the Second World War, and yet they have been in charge for 2/3 of the time since the Second World War. That doesn't really sound very democratic, does it? It sounds like whoever shouts the loudest. It sounds like it's a screwed up system. But apparently we're stuck with it because the people that would be able to change the system are those that are benefiting from it. So nothing will happen. And the opposition seem like caught in the headlights. They just seem to be unwilling to upset anyone. to do anything. It's not, I half suspect that Labour don't want to run the country. That they prefer being in opposition because it's no kind of job. No pressure. You don't really have to do much. You don't have to suffer the indignity of being interviewed every day, having to push somebody out to recite what they'd learned before the cameras started rolling. You can just sit and snipe from the sidelines. I suspect that that's quite an attractive proposition. The Conservative Party, on the other hand, will do anything at all to grip onto power. And that's the difference between the left and the right. The left will form as I've said many times, will form a circular firing squad and shoot themselves in a purity contest. The right wing will then step nimbly over them and take the reins of power. And then man the battlements in order to maintain that grip. This says, I bought my friend an unnecessarily large rocket for bonfire night. He's over the moon. Okay, that's pathetic. That's really, really terrible. Awful. I'm embarrassed on behalf of you, person who sent that, who remains anonymous. Peter says, some people seem to love their Bodger no matter what he does at the moment. When people do get fed up with him, all the Tories have to do is change the leader, say to Rishi Sunak. Fishy? Or someone, and they'll vote for them again and think that they have a different government. I'm afraid Labour hasn't got a chance of winning with Sir Keir in charge, as he hasn't got any go about him. He hasn't got any oomph. Or, as was alarmingly announced on the news about 45 minutes ago, testicular fortitude. He just seems like a person who's too nice for the job. Whereas a Bodger has the appearance of being someone who is nice and funny and jolly, and he's that charming chap off the telly. Oh, like that. Whereas that's not who he is at all. That's an act. It's not really a paper-thin act because he's been doing it for so long. It's a pretty thick act, as in thick-skinned. But I mean, how long? How long is that act going to work? It's been working for nigh on 50 years for him now. DC says, if all our MPs get their lies in order, do they get extra points? I'm not playing that one again. Dancing me around like a marionette. Southwest France. James.
Hi.
James.
Hi. I think you've got to be a bit more positive, Nick, about Bodger.
Right.
Because he talks about levelling up. Well, it's going to happen, isn't it, with global warming? Because when these polar ice caps all melt and the sea levels rise, places like Mustique with the fancy villas of his mates and all that, and the Cayman Islands where they've stashed all their hard-earned cash, as it were, they're all going to sink below the surface, and all those ill-gotten gains will go with them. So
I very much
levelled up just as promised.
No, I very much doubt it. The money stashed in British tax avoidance rackets, islands in the middle of nowhere, it's not actual real-life cash. It's just numbers on a screen. So they'll be just fine. When the waters rise... When the waters rise, they will... they'll be on the poop deck, and the rest of us will be bobbing around on the ocean wave. All right, thanks a lot, James. Hey, what's the weather like in the southwest of France at the moment?
It is cold.
Good. Well, I'm glad to hear it.
It is cold, just like the UK.
Right, excellent news. Thanks a lot, James. I definitely thought he was going to say something else there, but cold. Very good news. Why should we be the only ones to suffer? Cully texts, hi Nick, can we rename Johnson Mr. U-Turn? Perhaps he can do a U-turn to the day before he became our Prime Minister. Yeah, good one. And Jackie says, hi Nick, how come men-only clubs are still allowed? That's a good question. I mean, it's 2021. I think you'll find that is correct. And there's still men-only clubs. What's that about? I mean, this preposterous place that Bodger took a private plane from a climate change conference to go and have dinner in. This is why they're smirking all the time. It's because they know that whatever preposterous behaviour they exhibit, they continue to get away with it because their fans will support them regardless of what they do because Brexit. Because of this better life that they've been promised. And so if the fans admit that they're wrong about one thing, then it opens the possibility that the government, Bodger, is wrong about Brexit. And so they will... There's this force field that they put up around themselves that no information will penetrate. Doesn't matter what they do, they're going to be supporting them because of this promise that their life is going to get better. And if they give up that promise, then it's a loss of hope. It's a very powerful thing. It's like they've got the Stockholm syndrome, kind of. It doesn't matter how much punishment they deal out, they will continue to take it. But men-only clubs, that's what he went down to. The Garrick, apparently, still men-only. I thought that was against the law. But I suppose this is a private organisation. They can do what they blooming well like. Amazing. I mean, apart from anything else, why would you want to be a member of a men-only club? You just sit there in your leather wing-back chair. So, these fusty old geezers with a whiskey in one hand and a rolled copy of the Daily Telegraph in the other, fulminating about, the missus inside. What kind of emotionally stunted schoolboy would want to be the member of a men-only club? Just asking. Sam text, Nick, stop whining. It's clearly Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Yeah. Yep, no doubt. No doubt Jeremy Corbyn's fault. Yeah, and you know what? I've been thinking, what is the government going to do in order to take our mind off this? It's going to be big. It's going to have to be something really big. And then it occurs to me,
having just read that last text, that I bet that the government won't have to do anything because Labour will step in and do something for them. I bet the Labour Party steps in during the course of this week and does something spectacularly stupid, shoots themselves in the foot with both barrels, and the Tories will say, aha, there you are, you see. You want corruption, you want stupidity, there it is right there. Because that seems to be what the left do, the whole world over. Chris emails, whose idea was it to give stupid people the vote? That's a very good question, Chris. There should be some sort of test before you vote. And before you procreate as well. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it?
No.
Didn't think so. Whose idea was it to give stupid people the vote, he says? It's like giving a chainsaw to a child. They're a danger to themselves and the rest of us. Can we hide polling booths in Waitrose so the stupids can't find them? Wow, that really was offensive. Thanks, Chris. I mean, at some point you have to admit that giving everybody the vote's not a very good idea. Maybe I should be the one to decide. That's a much better idea. I think you'll find that the outcome is vastly improved if I do the deciding. I could be the decider. I mean, certain individuals wouldn't get a look in.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
No, I'm not mentioning any names. He does look like a cocktail stick, doesn't he? Like if you stuck an olive over his feet, you could pop him in a martini. He's like a Third Reich swizzle stick. This says, Article 16 would be a massive distraction bomb and would give a great excuse to blame the EU for the forthcoming Christmas Day debacle. That's quite possibly it, yeah. I mean, I did say right at the beginning, war with France, and that would kind of be it. Yeah, that's probably going to be it, isn't it? They'll rip up the Brexit deal. You remember that Brexit deal that was so fantastic? It was the best deal that anybody had ever read or signed in the history of humankind. Nobody had ever seen such a great deal. Vote for me and I will deliver this tremendous deal to you, the great British public. And the moment we voted for him, he said, what, this deal? I hate this deal. What kind of a moron would have signed this deal? We want to tear this deal up. Of course, they knew that they were going to do that when they signed it. They just thought, because of a lifetime of getting away with it, that they'd be able to, get away with it. And so far they have. I mean, all of this stuff, all of this hot air, me included, dribbling on and on and on about this, and their various other failings and vaunting criminality of this smash-and-grab rate government, and it hasn't affected them in any way, shape or form. I mean, have they been asked to pay back the £47 billion that disappeared, spent apparently on a telephone app that doesn't work? The South Koreans, at the start of this mess, in January of 2020, they fashioned a telephone app out of thin air in about 2 weeks at the cost of threepence halfpenny. We, practically 2 years later, are still trying to get it work, and we spent £47 billion on it. It must be the biggest waste of money in the history of government. Not just the government in this country, but governments over the whole world. Name me one other thing that's cost 47, apart from actual war, which usually has a purpose, quite often nicking stuff that's, that we would like to get our hands on. Land, oil, people, that sort of thing. Outside of war, name me one other thing in the history of humankind that's cost as much money and does not work. I double dare you. I challenge you to do that. Think of anything. I'll make this really easy for you. One thing in all of human history that has cost as much in any country, and that does not work.
Shirley emails, Nick, there was an announcement yesterday that we were about to be hit by bird flu, which will affect our chickens and turkeys. Right. And? There was an announcement yesterday that we were about to be hit by bird flu, which will affect our chickens and turkeys. Yes. I mean, I had to read it twice to make sure that I didn't miss a joke. But yeah, I mean, apparently this, in another way in which Brexit just keeps on giving, we are apparently not going to be able to enjoy great British turkeys. They may be dead, but they'll be British turkeys and all the happier for it. We're going to have to import them from France. And as we're going to be at war with France, Christmas dinner is off.
Oh, no.
I wish Greta Thunberg would stop saying that our emperors are naked.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
Because the thought is just revolting. No offence. Joe texts, whatever Boris Johnson does, he will not incur any penalties other than perhaps being censured after a lengthy inquiry into where the money has gone. Did we ever discover what all that Garden Bridge money was spent on when he was mayor? No, not really. Some designs. Tens of millions of pounds for a design on a piece of paper. Yeah, that's money well spent. Yes?
No.
He does seem to leave a trail of disappeared money behind him. Doesn't he? It's like a cash machine in reverse. Al texts in relation to the message that I got some while ago about if you mention Christmas outside of December, Santa shoots an elf. Al texts, elves will be okay. We have a national elf service. Teddington, Jazz.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
You were asking what has cost so much money in history and doesn't work.
Outside of war, go on.
The royal family.
Oh. Wow, that is so offensive, but true. Yeah.
What about I have to give credit to Prince Andrew for
yeah, probably not. Let my mind run rings around that one there, Jazz. Good effort, though. I'll just leave that one there. I'll leave that thought for others to complete. I bet that you've completed that thought yourself. And now you can wash your mind out. Awful.
Disgusting.
Paul texts, look on the bright side. From Dover on a clear day. You can see it from Dover. You can practically spit that far. Yeah, they've got turkeys for Christmas over there, right enough. That's where we're going to be desperately begging for them to send us our Christmas dinner. Read about this. Supermarkets will be short of home-produced fresh turkeys this Christmas.
Oh, no.
Stores are going to turn to imports from France and Poland.
What?
Industry leaders say it is evidence of a wider crisis across the food supply chain caused by... It's caused by... But you're not supposed to say it. I mean, some media organisations, they refuse to even mention the word. It has nothing to do with... It's because of, I don't know, COVID, or because the EU are being mean to us. UK farmers decided to raise fewer chicks this year because they could see there would not be enough staff in processing plants to handle them. In evidence to an inquiry by MPs on the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee, Chairman of the British Poultry Council, Graham Deere, said there was a likelihood that there would be a shortage of UK turkeys for Christmas. But what does the Chairman of the British Poultry Council know about chickens? A chicken is a turkey, isn't it? I think it is, yeah. Around 20% fewer birds have been reared this year on British farms. Well, that's what we voted for. We voted for a ruination of British farming and fishing, by the way. In other rural news, British cattle farmers are being forced to export carcasses to the EU for processing due to a shortage of butchers because of... Nick Allen, Chief Executive of the British Meat Processors Association, said beef producers were shipping supplies to Ireland by ferry for cutting and packing before re-importing them into the UK. This will cost £1,500 for each lorry load when transportation fees and Brexit customs requirements, such as export health certifications, are taken into account. Pork farmers are also expected to start shipping millions of pig carcasses to the Netherlands to be prepared in a similar process. Meat produced in this way cannot be listed as British pork for UK sale. And we're doing it because we ain't got the staff because of... Can't say it. It's Brexit! And the fishing thing is the thing that just keeps on giving. If this gets sorted out with concord on both sides, I will be shocked and stunned. I think that the reason that they're dragging it out is because they just want an excuse. They want an excuse to blame the lack of positive effects of Brexit on the European Union being mean to us. It has nothing to do with Brexit. It's because the French or the Germans or, Boris Johnson has been accused of dragging out a post-Brexit fishing row with France to divert attention from domestic problems. That sounds about right, eh, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
French President Emmanuel Macron told aides that Bodger is trying to entrap the EU in a Franco-British problem. It certainly looks that way to me. It certainly looks that way to me. I mean, Lord Frost. Puh! If Lord Frost is the answer, what's the question? If Lord Frost is the man for the job, precisely what is that job? Because he negotiated a deal and he signed a deal. And then said, this is the stupidest deal I've ever read in my entire life. What kind of a moron would sign this? Or words to that effect. French President Emmanuel Macron told aides that Bodger is trying to entrap the EU into a Franco-British problem. Yeah. Talks in Paris failed to resolve the issue. That's because we don't want to resolve the issue. We want to keep this going forever. Not we, you and me, but, Bodge and the regime. Because it suits them right down to the ground. Massive distraction, and they can blame any negative effects on their own policies on the French for being mean to us. Our side don't want a deal. Otherwise we wouldn't have signed a deal that we didn't want. I mean, they're not stupid. So it's deliberate. I mean, those are the only two options. Either it's deliberate, that they signed a deal and then didn't like the deal, or they're so stupid that they signed the deal without reading the deal. They wrote it, didn't pay attention to what it was that they were writing, then signed it, and then realised that what they just signed is not what they actually wanted, despite the fact that they wrote it. I mean, do you believe that? Or do you believe that this is all deliberate? I don't know which is worse, actually. I mean, if they are that stupid, then we're all in great danger. On the other hand, if it's deliberate, we're all in great danger. We don't want an agreement. This is pretend negotiations. I mean, the look on all of their faces, all of the faces of the people on our side, all that sort of smirky, superior. I mean, you can see the faces in your mind right now. They're playing. an agreement. We don't want an agreement. We want constant, never-ending battles so that we can be distracted from the vaunting incompetence and corruption of this bent regime. Take our mind off it, so that the dear leader can always blame the EU for being mean to us for the failings of Brexit. Macron reportedly said, "I will not give an inch on fish. The UK must respect the spirit of the Brexit agreement or sell their fish elsewhere." Yeah, well, this news just in, big problems selling the fish elsewhere. France has argued that British seafood products should be hit with punitive tariffs, accusing the UK of breaching the Brexit deal. Hey, Brexiters, how's that whole Brexit thing working out for you?
Brexit's going great.
Under the Brexit deal, French vessels are able to fish in an area between 6 and 12 miles from the UK's shores until 2026 if they can prove they'd previously been operating on those waters. And the fishing community, which overwhelmingly, by the way, voted for Brexit, how's it working out for you so far?
Fabulous.
It's almost a shame that nobody warned you beforehand. But years and years went by and nobody had a bad word to say about the possibility of Brexit. You'd think that somebody would have raised a finger of complaint. Not a word. Paul tweets, "I just found an actual benefit of Brexit. There's been hardly any fireworks let off where we live tonight. Our pets are loving it. I can only assume it's to do with the fireworks shortage due to Brexit, reported by the media in September." Well, it's funny you should say that, but I had that thought without putting two and two together, that it's been a bit quiet this year. I mean, I suppose it very much depends on, luck of the draw, about whether people around you are the sort that let off fireworks for 2 weeks before November the 5th. But it has been very thin on the ground this year. Huh. Interesting. A benefit of Brexit. Finally, we found one. With Aaron in Hampton Wick. Aaron.
Hello, Nick. Can you hear me?
I can.
How are you? I love your show. You make I laugh.
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, you're welcome. It was just one thing. You were talking about chickens from Poland.
Yes.
Do you know what they call chickens from Poland?
Is this a joke?
Poultry.
So yes is the answer to that question.
I've got one last one. Why do elephants drink?
Well, we'll never know. 0345 6060 973. He knew that if he answered the question, "Is this a joke?" with the answer yes, then he would not have got in that punchline, he said, waggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas. And so he just blurted it out. Why do elephants drink? We'll never know. Darren tweets, "The big announcement next week will be a pregnancy. Bodger will have got Carrie pregnant again." He didn't put it quite like that, but I cleaned it up a little bit for you there, Darren. You're welcome.
Thank you.
This anonymous text says, "Hi Nick, is it too late to ask for Chaos with Ed Miliband?" Yeah, I think it is. I think that bird has flown, yeah. You'd prefer either a strong and stable government with you-know-who...
I think this is nonsense.
...or a chaos with Ed Miliband. I'm going to go with chaos with Ed Miliband. Yeah, that seems like the better option to me. Darren says, oh no, I've read that. Paul says, "He's doing his best." Shut up, Paul. "The country has not caught fire, fell over and sank beneath the waves just yet." Well, give him time. Lambeth. Lenny.
Lenny. Yeah. Chicago, Lambeth. Okay, listen. The Brexit put me out of business.
What was your business?
Well, it goes a long way back. I was, in the financial markets, the bankers.
Oh my God, he's a banker.
Oh well, listen. No, I'm not a banker. I'm a trader. I throw money around.
Even worse. Go on. You know who also used to be a trader?
I'm a nutcase.
Yeah. Nice company you keep.
What's his name? Fred the Shred.
Yeah.
Goodwin. You know, he's the kind of trader that I really just disrespect. Okay. But besides that, listen, we were talking about Brexit. Now, I'm going on into how Brexit defaulted me. Okay, I'm on the verge of default. Okay, now the bankers did it. First step, I had a nice little consulting business, but in 2008, they didn't know what they're doing. One of the reasons they didn't know what they're doing was because they didn't read my book. Okay. I'm an expert in what is called derivatives.
Well, then
anyway,
I'm afraid we are no longer interested in the opinion of experts. Do you have anybody there that doesn't know what they're talking about?
Well, my wife.
Okay, put her on.
No, she's in France. She's in France, and she in the course took my son away.
Right.
And you know, I was getting to the bottom of the issue, which was how Brexit it caused me to ultimately default, and that was I was supportive of Brexit. I want the British nation to have its own destiny.
Oh,
okay?
For God's sake, you can't possibly still buy all that nonsense.
Well, of course not. You know, because it did me wrong. And while it was not a conclusion unforeseen, it was a conclusion unforeseen. Okay.
Did you vote for it?
I didn't. Well, I'm eligible to vote.
You're ineligible to vote, but you would have done if you were eligible.
Yes.
Yeah, then you would have known what you were voting for. Another one of those. Anyway, I got to go, Lenny, but thanks. Appreciate it. Julius says, Santa would never have allowed a gun to shoot elves had we stayed in the European Union. They had strong elf and safety laws. Oh, no. I'm going to get very angry with these jokers in just a minute. You see if I don't. Graham says, it's a shame that Angela Rayner isn't Labour leader instead of Dynamic Keir. Labour might have an outside chance. They would have an outside chance if the parties on the left who represent the majority of the people's opinion in this country would just get their blooming acts together. Just join together in a band, in a rainbow coalition. And then the majority of the population in this country would have their opinions attended to, rather than completely ignored as though they had never voted. That's not democracy. We pretend that we're the most democratic country on earth, that we are the cradle of democracy, but it's the opposite of that. I mean, we pretend that we wanted to get out of the European Union because we did not want to be ruled by unelected bureaucrats. We got more unelected bureaucrats in this country than any other place on earth. The bloke that's actually fashioning Brexit at this moment is an unelected bureaucrat. This text says, get Richard Madeley to run the country. He's good in the mornings. Yeah, but it's not just a morning job. I think you've got to be also good in the afternoons and perhaps the evenings too, you know, as long as you don't have a pressing appointment at the Garrick. Hey, Nick, Christmas tree up tonight, ready for Jesus' birthday. Merry Christmas. It's too early for Jesus' birthday. Way too early, although I have seen a bit of the Christmas decorations up already. Not just in supermarkets. I mean, you know, you can understand their desperation after the year that they've had. But there's a few houses that have been dressed with Christmas decorations, like specifically Christmas decorations. I think that people are they just want something bright and colourful and happy. So let's let them have it. Why not? I think the place would look quite nice if the Christmas decorations stayed up maybe they should be up permanently during the darker months of the year. You know, between the clocks going back and then forward again next, whatever it is. Is it in March or is it May? Have we got to wait till March or May? I don't know. One of those. In the dim, distant future, as long, you know, assuming that we last that long, that, you know, our forthcoming war with France doesn't go nuclear, then I think it'd be quite nice to have, you know, strings of lights here and there. Not like Santa necessarily, but just, you know, something to brighten the place up a bit. Wouldn't that be lovely? Wouldn't that make you happy? Would me. I mean, we're going to be putting up our Christmas decorations soon, and then January comes around really quickly. And then you ain't got nothing after January until Easter. And Easter's not really anything at all, is it? So there's nothing to look forward to apart from the weather getting better. And once you're past Christmas, then the worst of the winter comes in. I know that once you get past Christmas, then the evenings start to get lighter, but it doesn't seem like that. Not for months. And, you know, January, February, March, they are the cruelest months of all, because you've already gone through what seems like an epoch of dark and cold, but the worst is yet to come. And so it just seems, I don't know, it seems a bit cruel to have to take down all of those, you know, like those sort of pleasingly twinkly decorations, to rid them from your life. And the living room looks just so bare and boring, doesn't it? I think we should be able to keep them up to, you know, through January and into February. End of February, perhaps. Take them down then. Why not? Don't talk to me about luck. Luck's got nothing to do with it. You're going to be either lucky or not, regardless of whether you keep some tinsel about the place. I'm thinking of maybe doing that this year. Who's with me? Hands in the air. Chris texts, if Diane Abbott would have bumbled on about those figures like Zahawi did, we'd never have heard the end of it. What, these?
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, you know, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including 86%, 5 million, and of course over 50%. And what I'm saying is, you know, an additional 162 million, and that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and one, you know, two, 11, 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right, now that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
He is delivering that, eh, Bodge? Yes. Excellent work, Zaphod Beeblebrox. Martin texts, incidentally, where is Bodger? He seems to have disappeared. Could he still be in the Garrick Club? Well, mentally, yeah, I would imagine so. I think, well, mentally, I think he's still in the tuck shop at Eton. Paul says, can we ban fireworks? Clearly, the British electorate cannot be trusted with a vote, let alone explosives. Well, that is a good point. You make a good point there, Paul. It does seem a bit weird that we're allowed explosives, doesn't it? Well, because it's tradition. No good can come of it. People are allowed to just blow things up in their gardens. That doesn't seem to make much sense to me, but, you know, neither does anything else these days. Let's have Camden. Hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Bonsoir, Claire.
Bonsoir. I'd like to
yes,
ask for your opinion, maybe.
Go on.
The current PM seems to like to to fancy himself.
Yeah, you could just end that sentence there. Fancy himself.
I can't comment on that.
Yes.
Emulating his hero, his idol, Churchill.
Oh, Churchill, yes. Boy, does he fancy himself as Churchill, yeah.
And he showed this by sitting in front of an easel when he was...
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I hadn't put two and two together, yeah. He pretended to paint because that's what Churchill used to do. Right.
And if the current PM goes in the same direction, should we expect that his next step will be munching half a cigar and drinking about a liter of whiskey per day?
Washed down with a couple of bottles of Pol Roger, yeah. and then scarpering without paying the bill. Yeah, probably. That's what I would expect, yeah.
And then we should count ourselves lucky that his hero is not Nero.
Right. I do think he is fiddling about, though.
Disgusting.
Yeah. While, the rest of it goes up in flames, you would expect that he would be fiddling.
Yeah.
Right. Well spotted there, Claire.
Would be quite dangerous.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous. Yeah, don't give him any matches. All right, thanks, Claire. 0345 6060 973. That's what the painting thing was. See, I thought that his hobby was making buses out of cardboard boxes. Because that's what he said before, wasn't it? That's what he likes to do. He likes making buses out of cardboard boxes, because that sounds believable, doesn't it? Liar! Yeah. Living in Shropshire, says this text, my father's Labour vote never counted. He died at 84. My Labour vote likewise hasn't counted, and I'm now 71. What a waste of an opportunity by Labour to not agree to a candidate to represent a coalition of the opposition parties. The chance to have my voice represented won't come again. Yeah, Labour will fashion a way to shoot themselves in the foot, because I do half suspect that they like losing. Victim mentality. It's like a dog chasing a car. You know, the car speeds away and then the dog is all... But what would it do if the car stopped? It's the chasing part that's, the amusement. Once the car stops, what are you going to do with it? James says, hi Nick, only one more bodger U-turn, and that's one for every £1 billion wasted on the track and trace system. Maybe Nadine Dorris could save us. You missed her out of your list of successors, or maybe the return of Matt Hancock. He could promise to kiss everyone.
Oh, no.
Pucker up, everybody. Streatham, hello, Joy.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
That is the fastest time you've taken my call. Thank you.
You're welcome. You only had to wait, 4 minutes? It's a miracle.
That's a miracle. Oh, my God. That's a miracle. I wonder if that's thanks to... I withdraw my thank yous thanks to your producer, the lovely lady producer.
Right, has nothing to do with her. But go on.
Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. You know what? I think a couple of days ago, I felt a slight guilt because I thought, you know what? Stop being so hard on Boris Johnson. Maybe the next time I'm on the radio, I would say something pleasant about
Say something nice. Why? If you can't say something nice, then get a show on the radio.
But he has a habit of just drawing out the worst in you.
Right.
How can they refer to themselves as a law and order party?
Yeah.
And Labour allows them to get away. The members of the public allow them to get away with those lies, when really they're the disorderly and criminal-minded party. The worst of the lot.
They do cloak themselves in the mantle of the law and order party, which falls apart the moment you look at it and examine their record. It's funny you should mention that, because this story came up today. The number of crimes that end up in court has slumped to a record low, as in it has never been worse, as in there's never been a better time to be a criminal than under this regime.
And they're at the top of it. At the top of it. We're still waiting for the millions Boris Johnson wasted on the bridge. We're still waiting for the outcome of all the reports that have been compiled, which is associated with him. Nothing. The Russian involvement, the bets, not bets, his flat, the holiday, David Cameron and Greenfield, the testing. How many billions?
Joy, you just mentioning these things does, I think, make you an enemy of the people.
That's fine. I don't mind.
How very unpatriotic of you to question the dear leader.
Huh. Oh my God, I'm good with it, because I've never referred to myself as patriot, because you know what? Because it's all nothing but lies. How can you claim to be a patriotic person, what have you? But yet, when you really think about it, your choices and certain decisions is harmful to the country. It makes no sense. Look at Boris Johnson. Oh, he flies the flag, all right.
Yeah, exactly right. I think the more somebody in a public office wraps themselves in the flag, the more you should be concerned about their behaviour. What precisely is it that they are obscuring with the flag? Joy, I got to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Caroline texts, you won't like this, but I'm sitting here listening to you holding a bolt of fabric in my arms. Yes, I am a listener with material. James says, only one more... No, I've read that one. It's about Matt Hancock kissing everybody. Nobody wants to hear that again. Awful.
Disgusting.
Gary says, what happened during COP1 to COP25? Never heard of it. What were they doing different to COP26? Makes you think this is just a waste of time. Yeah, I paid scant attention to it this week, but I just couldn't be bothered, because I knew it was going to be all blah, blah, blah. It's going to be all hot air. We're never going to do anything about it, because too many people have too many vested interests in the status quo. Too many people making too much money from from the way we're acting now. Too many corporations who are invested in fossil fuels, for example, have too much money to allow any material change to their business model. They'll just pour vast amounts of cash over our elected representatives, who will then, with a straight face, make their case for them in Parliament, and nothing will happen. Plus, short-termism. I mean, we consumers could make a change ourselves, but we won't, because short-termism. We will refuse to make a short-term, to suffer a short-term cost for a long-term gain. And that is the thing that will do for humankind. And people are talking about climate change as, they sort of go over the top and say, oh, it's going to be the end of humankind. Well, that's one extreme possibility. But what it will quite likely be is the end of life as we know it. I mean, the Brexit thing shows you just what a relatively small change in the complicated system that we have in our lives will bring. It's not much, really, in the great scheme of things, Brexit, is it? I mean, it's not like sea rising by 5 metres and putting London underwater, for instance. London and New York and Los Angeles and Hong Kong and every other city on earth that is by water, which is all of them. It's not like that. I mean, it's not like trying to find dry ground for London. repositioning the City of London and all of the rest of the capital on higher ground. Where are you going to put it, apart from anything else? And the disruption, billions of people rely on the rains coming with clockwork regularity. And when they don't, well, those billions of people aren't going to have anything to eat. And what are they going to do? Just sit down there and starve to death? Because it would be inconvenient for us if they started to move about to try to find food? Of course not. Any more than we would. They're going to be on the move. And where are they going to come? Well, probably in this direction. So everything that we rely on is dependent on the weather being predictable. I mean, in the winter, we don't have 30-foot snowdrifts in this country to contend with. If there's an inch of snow on the ground, then everything is cancelled. Isn't it? You've got no trains, you've got no roads, planes don't take off. Planes don't take off if it's foggy, for crying out loud. So all of that would be completely gone if the weather became unpredictable. The entire basis of our lifestyles would be gone, thrown up into the air. And it would make this Brexit thing look like a picnic. Of course, picnics would be off because, freezing blooming cold. You should watch that thing. I saw it last night. It is about 10 years old. It's got Pete Postlethwaite on it, doing the sort of narration of some clips about climate change. It was very good. It's called The Age of Stupid. And I do believe that that's what we're living in. Surrey, second person called Jazz on the show. Yes, Jazz.
Oh, hi, Nick. I just thought I'd ring up just to clarify something about the gentleman who was saying about pharmacists and flu jabs.
Eh?
About the fact that doctors couldn't get the vaccines.
Who said that?
The gentleman said earlier, he said that because the pharmacists were using them all.
Well, how much earlier are we talking?
Just a little while ago, I was listening on the radio.
Yeah, it was probably a different station there, Jazz. You believe that? He called the wrong station. Oh, well, never mind. Better luck next time. I am stunned. That's happened to me a couple of times before. Not recently, but like a long while ago. I'd like to complain in the strongest possible terms about the thing that you just said on the radio. Yeah, no, that wasn't me. That wasn't even this station. There was somebody else in a different life. Are you dreaming? Wake up! Cornwall. Hello, Mark. Mark.
Nick.
Yes, Mark.
Nick, how are you? Last week I called from absolutely chucking it down in Cornwall.
It's raining in Cornwall.
No, not tonight. It feels like Russia. It feels like being in Siberia tonight. So if we don't have climate issues, I don't know what's going on.
It is blooming freezing outside. It's like winter.
It's freezing, but why I'm calling is I don't think... Oh, by the way, how are you?
Great,
That's
mate.
the most important thing. Good. Well, the reason I'm calling, I'm not sure if too many people are aware of this new development that the owner of Cornwall, and who is the owner of Cornwall? It would be our wonderful Prince Chucky. Oh! Prince Chucky, and I'm so glad you were talking about testicular fortitude earlier because Prince Chucky's erected this monstrosity of a development outside of Newquay. Just Newquay, and I'm sure something's going to happen to me in the tunnel in a few years.
Is that where Poundbury is? Is that what you're referring to?
Oh, it's brilliant. So it's the Newquay Cornwall equivalent of Poundbury. It's called Nansledden. So I want people to look this up. Now, I know you won't do any homework, but people need to look this up. Minimum of 4,000 houses. Minimum of 4,000 houses over the next 20 years. The only way to get around Cornwall, because you can't rely on public transport, is driving a car. So 4,000 houses, and they're all family-owned houses. Mm-hmm. We're going for an average of 2 cars per house, just for Newquay alone. 1 road in, 1 road out. That's 8,000 cars. And the testicular fortitude, my goodness me. Well, to trip up the stairs and then talk about green and then low carbon emissions.
Well, yeah, okay, but Cornwall needs houses. Well, they need a housing policy which doesn't entail their housing stock being bought up as second homes by people of Bodger's ilk. It's one of the places in the country that's so gorgeous that people who don't live there buy up all the housing stock because they want somewhere to go for 2 weeks staycation. So they need to fix that. I don't know about the 4,000 homes, but the problem with Prince Charles given us a lecture about climate change is that what he says may be accurate, but it's a bit rich coming from someone who lives in 4 palaces, 3 castles, 5 houses, 6 lodges and a cottage. Do me a favour. Who travels around on his own train, for crying out loud. And he gets to the train on his own helicopter. And as for going abroad on holiday, or as they're called, royal visits, yeah, on behalf of us, he's doing it for us. He's doing us a favour by taking endless foreign holidays. Yeah, the message may be correct, but it's just a bit hard taking it from him. Thanks, Mark. 0345 6060 973. Zara emails, 3 years ago, my grandson needed a name, and you suggested Baby McBabyface. That doesn't sound like me. Giving him more chance of being the next Bodger, they actually named him Alex. As Bodger is really called Alex, I thought it was a good start and better than your suggestion. He's now 3 years old and ready to take over and do a better job. Can he start on Monday? P tweets, as part of Johnson's flat redecoration, oh, no. No. Another joke. No, P. It's a no from me. And furthermore...
No.
Let's see if I can squeeze this one in. Doncaster. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick.
Tony.
I'd just like to run something past you here.
Something past my ear?
Yeah. The last few days while this COP26 has been going on, and I've been every other day seeing how many, cars that they use to get to the venue.
Yes.
And then somebody said the other night that there was somewhere between 300 and 400 jets, private jets, delivered all these people to Glasgow.
Right.
And I thought, well, these people are behaving as if they know that the climate is broken, and it's broken beyond repair.
Oh, like they just don't care anymore?
Like they don't care anymore.
Right. Yeah, either that, or they're behaving as though there is no climate emergency, and they know it, but they're trying to persuade us otherwise. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's what I believe, but one of the two options, yours or mine, must be true.
Well, it occurred to me that, going back sort of, this is like, obviously it's science. They keep telling us that it's science-led. And yet, 15 years ago, when everybody was saying, get a diesel car. Diesel cars are far better for the environment. Get a diesel.
Right.
So everybody goes out and they get a diesel car.
And then they said, please disregard everything we said about diesel cars. They are the devil's work.
Yeah. Well, these, or some of them, will be the same scientists who are telling us now that we have to, go into bankruptcy to...
Well, I don't think they're suggesting that. I don't think that's on the horizon. Bankruptcy?
Well, to get everything as green as they say they'd like it.
Well, it didn't bankrupt us to get it dirty. Why would it bankrupt us to get it clean?
Well, see, that's another thing.
And another thing.
About the dirtiness of the country.
Where's he going?
Well, about 40 years ago, do you remember a programme used to be on Channel 4? They called it World in Action.
Yeah.
Can you remember that show?
I've heard of the show, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, there was one particular week where World in Action was dedicated to a thing called acid rain.
Acid! Yes.
And they'd been visiting around these power stations that were coal-fired.
Right.
And they discovered that in these areas,
acid rain, yeah, I get it, yeah. And we did something about it, and now there ain't there's not as much acid rain anymore. Problem solved. I'm running out of time there, Tony. You talk too slowly. That's your problem. If only you talked more quickly, then you would have been able to squeeze more information in. I guess now we'll never know. And in closing, Pat tweets, Nick, I'm leaving this horrid, divided country to live in Switzerland. I love Switzerland's flag, which is a big plus. All right, I'll let you get away with that one there, Pat. This is in no way intended to diminish the seriousness of the situation in America, but that police officer has got to stop saying the word prick. And as for that echoey person, I missed his name, but the person that was talking about Bodger, he has behaved very badly in the last 72 hours. But as opposed to the last 50 years, you mean? And it has seriously dented his reputation. No, I think it's pretty much on brand, isn't it? On brand. It's reinforced his reputation, not dented. And here it comes. You could set your watch by it. I knew this was coming. MPs should be paid more to prevent further lobbying scandals in future.
Fabulous.
And step forward as Sir Peter Bottomley. The Tory MP has suggested less than 24 hours after former government minister Owen Paterson resigned amid a huge backlash over his, quotes, egregious breach of standards. Sir Peter Bottomley suggested his basic salary of £81,932 a year is not a fair level of remuneration for the amount of work they must undertake. What? Are you kidding me? Talk about a tin ear. I knew somebody was going to say it. You remember when the expenses scandal broke? I knew that that was going to end one way as well. That they were going to earn more because of it. Oh, well, how can we possibly avoid breaking the law if we have to scrape by on only £81,932 a year? I mean, be reasonable. Writing for the Times Red Box. I've got no idea what that is. After Patterson resigned, Sir Peter... and the MP for Worthing West, wherever that is, and father of the house, said thick skin, a raincoat and a sense of proportion are what I recommend prospective members of Parliament have, are what I recommend to prospective members of Parliament. Thick skin, a raincoat and a sense of proportion. Well, you can only buy one of those. The others you have to come with. Who can serve, he asks. Someone on a low income may find the financial adjustment welcome. This is how spectacularly out of touch that lot are. And my experience of the House, the Palace of Westminster, my experience of it is restricted to just one evening, quite a few years ago now, and it was a pleasant evening. I was out there on the terrace. It was some function or other. I think it was like Keep Music Live or Stop Stealing Music or something like that. I've got no idea. I don't even know why I was there. I could have been anybody. The security there was abysmal. I would assume that they've tightened it up a bit, but there was just a long line outside the palace, There was no instructions on my email as to where to go and who to see and how to introduce myself. So I just thought, well, I'll just join this line and see what happens. And you just get ushered in. They didn't ask me who I was. That wasn't on any list. They didn't say, where are you going? They just waved me through. I mean, there was a metal detector, but that was about it. Couldn't believe it. And after I'd got in, I could just wander where I liked. God, the smell of cabbage in that place. I don't know if it was the members or their restaurant. It was it smelt a bit off, got to tell you, like an old people's home. And right enough, there was a lot of old people in there. Staggeringly drunk. And I do mean like student union type drunk.
Booze.
I've never actually seen such an exhibition of drunkenness in my life. That image has stuck with me to this day. I can't think of any other place I've ever been where I've seen so many people reeling drunk. And this is an aside. This has nothing to do with this issue. Well, a little bit. It has to do with sleaze. It looked like not a knocking shop exactly, but it looked like a facility where gentlemen of a certain age could avail themselves of youthful and eager assistance. That's what it looked like to me. Very suspicious. Anyway, the other overall impression that I got when I came out was it's not Labour against Conservative, against the SNPists, against Lib Dems and the Greenies and all of that lot. It's not the factions fighting within themselves. It's all of them against all of us. That's the feeling I got. The us and them thing is not us, the Conservatives, against them, Labour. It's all of them against us. Now, that was only based on one evening. I've only been there once, but that was the overwhelming impression that I got to coming out. That, and it was a den of drunken depravity. Anyway, I knew somebody was going to say this. The reason that they are having to take second jobs is because we're not paying them enough. Oh, my God. Anyway, Sir Peter Bottomley said, who can serve? Someone on a low income may find the financial adjustment welcome. Wow. They have absolutely no idea what's going on outside that building. He said, the well-off will not be particularly bothered by the pay level. Remember, we're talking about £81,932 a year. But that's not even the it of it. I gave you a big long list about what's on top of that, and I'm going to do it again, even though it's an enormous number of numbers. Yes, I just did say number of numbers. An enormous number of numbers. But I'm going to do it anyway. Where am I? Oh, yeah. He says, the interesting questions come for the reasonably successful. Sir Peter, who has spoken out about MPs' pay on several occasions in the past, said that Parliament will fail to attract top talent if the MPs did not get paid more. Top talent. Is this the evidence of top talent that we must accept this, that we've attracted so far? Is this it? Will fail to attract top talent. I mean, it's just beyond belief, actually. No, it's worse than that. It is entirely believable, is what it is. That's what's alarming, that it is completely believable. Sir Peter cited the salaries of top judges, teachers, trade union officials and doctors, suggesting that they should not be forced to what he said would amount to be a pay cut if they decided to stand for elected office. He said, MPs do not ask for a life that is easy, comfortable or risk-free. We can expect the terms to encourage people as good, if not better than us, to try to join or replace us. A reasonably successful professional should be rewarded fairly, neither excessively nor meanly. Downing Street declined to comment. Yeah, they were nodding too vigorously to pick up the phone. And that argument hits the dirt when you add in the expenses and the opportunities that are available to any MP to feather their nest both during and, of course, after their time in office. I mean, you can't claim a mountain of expenses and get elevated to a job for life with a fancy title in the world's best club if you're a doctor, for instance. Oh, and besides...
Stop whining.
I mean, really? God, it's also, oh, poor, pitiful me, having to scrape by on just 4 times the average wage, with a massive amount of expenses on top, and the unique ability to monetize the title of MP forever. I mean, you can't lend your name to a business that wants to burnish its reputation and get inroads to the highest offices in the land if you're a teacher, for instance. I mean, if you're a teacher, you don't even have your own cane cupboard anymore. Where's the fun in that? So I'll tell you how much they actually earn. If you missed it yesterday, you're not going to like it. Get ready to grip onto something firm. Already I'm behind. I haven't wiped up yesterday's messages yet, and already there's about, it's about 3 feet? It's about 3 feet of messages already. Or 6 metres in European surrender measurements. No! So from yesterday, Altex, instead of voting, there should be a sorting hat, like in Hogwarts. Yeah, and they'd all get stuck in Slytherin. So here we are. This is talking about the money, honey. I'll do it in round numbers, because otherwise it'll take forever. £81,000 a year, let's call it that, shall we? It's close enough for jazz.
Rock and roll!
£81,000 a year. You know, the average wage in this country, the median wage is about 21, 24, something like that. But of course, it's yanked upwards because a large number of people earn a vast amount of money working in the City of London. No! You know, those people. So most MPs will be presiding over about 100,000 people who are earning in the teens, I would imagine, like 15, 18, 19, if they have a job at all. So it's about 4 times the average wage, just as the base salary. Then they get £23,000 a year paid rent. Yes. Plus £4,000 if you live in London. Plus £1,450 if you live in London. I've got no idea why. Then £28,000 a year office costs, because, those staples aren't cheap. And that £28,000 is increased to £38,000 a year because of COVID. Plus, here's the big one, £188,000 a year for staff, which could be your other half, or your children, or your youthful and lithe assistants. And £18,000 a year because of COVID, and £57,000 a year for something called no, that's not a year, that's for winding up costs, for when you either don't want to be an MP, or your constituents don't want you to be their MP. Plus £13,500 as compensation for when you leave or get kicked out. And then, of course, if you make it up the greasy pole by doffing your cap to the dear leader and you get into cabinet, well, bingo! That's another £67,505 in your pocket. A total of, are you ready? £416,955 per year.
What?
And £70,000 as a golden goodbye for when you leave the job.
Bye-bye.
And that's not enough. I knew it was coming. I knew that somebody would say it. Oh, how can we possibly scrape by on this without committing massive crime? It's staggering, isn't it? And the more you dig down, the worse this gets. Keir Starmer, who seems to be revivified, somebody is this has apparently shaken him out of his slumber. Keir Starmer has accused Boris Johnson of taking money intended for schools and hospitals and high streets to cover up Tory corruption. If you were reading about this as one of those tin pot South American dictatorships, or if this was Vlad the Insaner, or like some comedy island country, then you'd think, oh, isn't that just blooming typical? That's not there. That's here. There were reports which Number 10 refused to deny that Tory whips had threatened MPs with reduced funding for their local areas unless they voted for the Prime Minister's plan to get Owen Paterson off the hook for breaking Commons standards rules. According to the Financial Times, some MPs were told they would lose funding for their constituency if they failed to toe the line. That's not funding for them personally, that's funding for you. Some threat, eh? God, it's like we're being run by the mafia.
Absolutely.
Responding to the claim, the Labour leader tweeted, so Boris Johnson was willing to take money from your schools, your hospitals and your high streets to cover up Tory corruption. Yeah, that sounds about right. Asked yesterday if government funding could be taken away from MPs for refusing to back Bodger's plans, the PM's spokesmodel refused to answer. He said, you'll appreciate the questions around whipping aren't ones for me. More broadly, I'd say there's a lot of speculation and reporting around today which I'm not going to get into. Is that a yes, then? Former Prime Minister Sir John Major made an intervention into the sleaze row. He accused Boris Johnson's administration of political corruption. Spot on there, Sir John. He said, I think the way the government handled that was shameful, wrong and unworthy of this or indeed any government. It also had the effect of trashing the reputation of Parliament. Well, steady on there. What reputation? Sir John, whose own government in the 1990s was undermined by sleaze rows, says the Mirror. When that happened, he said, I set up the Nolan Committee on Standards in Public Life to stop it, which has been a huge success, he says, if you say so. He said, the striking difference is this. In the 1990s, I set up a committee to tackle this sort of behaviour. Over the last few days, we've seen today's government trying to defend this sort of behaviour. He said there's a general whiff of we are the masters now about their behaviour. He said whenever they run up against difficulties with anybody, whether it's the Supreme Court, the Electoral Commission, the BBC, they react not with an understanding, not with trying to placate what has gone wrong, but actually in a rather hostile fashion. Yeah, they want to dismantle those institutions. The institutions that question them. It's also, what would Donald Trump do?
Donald Trump is not a nice person.
He is their bellwether. I'm not sure if that's the right phrase. He is their model. Donald Trump model.
Oh, shut up!
Oh, you could do with losing a couple of pounds there, Donny.
Exercising is fun and it's nice.
Yeah, how do you know? See, this is the thing about Bodger that his fans don't seem to get. He's not a cuddly teddy bear. He's a snarling, entitled, spoilt brat who lashes out in a frothing fit if he doesn't get his way. That's who he is. That. But he musses up his hair and he doesn't tuck in his shirt and he goes, paw! And they go, oh, he's doing his best. Like he's a pet. God, it's also excruciating. I looked in vain for a story about any of this in the Daily Telegraph. Was it on the front page?
No.
No, not on the front page. Was it on page 2? No. 3? No. Was it on page 4? Nothing at all. Was it on page 5? No. Page 6, perhaps? Nope. Page 7 of the Daily Telegraph today? No, not there either. Page 8, perhaps? Page 9? No. Page 10? Not on page 10. Was it on page 11? Sadly not. No. Page 11? No. Absent there too. 12, perhaps? A piece on page 13? Oh, there it is. God, that dinner was worth it, eh? So the Daily Mail, who seems to be reborn, they did a poll today. Public's verdict on the Tories: out of touch and corrupt.
Correct.
Right, who's the sleaziest Prime Minister of them all? Don't know was 25%. They said, oh, come on. This is not difficult stuff. Don't know. Pick one. Theresa May, 2%. We're talking about the sleaziest Prime Ministers of them all. Actually, the sleaziest government, but it's a vote on the Prime Minister of, your choice, which is the sleaziest. Which do you think it's going to be, Bodge? Gordon Brown says 2%. Margaret Thatcher, I still can't say her second name without, emphasising it like that. Because I was at university when Margaret Thatcher was in control. And that's how we always said it. With a certain degree of ire. Thatcher, 4%. John Major, 5%. David Cameron, 9%.
I think this is nonsense.
Tony Blair, 22%. Bodger Johnson, 31%. He wins. What do you think about that, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, it's a double-page spread. Which leader is the most sleazy? Between Bodge and Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer, 20%. Bodge, 53%. Don't know, 27. Oh, God, just pick one. Don't know. Who's... okay, here we go. Get this. So keep that in mind. The public think that Boris Johnson is by far the sleaziest Prime Minister we've ever had. Running the sleaziest government. Nobody else even gets close. I mean, people hate Tony Blair because, all sorts of different reasons. But there's half as many people, again, think that Boris Johnson is sleazy as thought that he was. 53% say Bodge is the most sleazy leader compared to Keir Starmer. And yet, who's doing a better job overall at the moment? Keir Starmer, 27%. Boris Johnson, 41%.
What?
41%. Half as many people, again, think that Bodger is doing a better job overall than Keir Starmer. What's happened to this country? I think we've lost our minds. I don't recognise it anymore. I actually dreamed of Boris Johnson last night. I did. I can't get him out of my mind. It was a bit alarming because I wasn't expecting him to be there in my dream. I was just, I can't remember exactly what was happening. I think I was looking for my car and I was going through buildings and buildings and buildings. And I ended up in some place where people were having dinner and there he was. Right in front of me. And I thought, oh, he's my boss. I better stop saying things about him. And when I woke up, I realised with great relief that he's actually not my boss. Not yet, anyway. These things can change. So, Tory versus Labour. See, this is another one. This makes no sense to me. See if you can explain this, I double dare you. Who's the most sleazy? The Tories, by a long chalk, 46% against 17% for Labour. Who's the most out of touch? Tories, again, by a long stretch, 40% for Tories, 25% for Labour. Who's the most competent? The Tories. 25% said the Tories are more competent. 19% said Labour are. Who are the most divided? 18% for the Tories and 50% for Labour. You see, now, I don't think that that's a positive thing. I think if the Tories are united against this lot, then that doesn't say anything good about them at all. And finally, who shares your values? It's pretty much a dead heat. Who shares your values? Even Stevens, pretty much. Which doesn't say very much that's positive about us, does it? God. What an absolute shower. Let's have a call in Greenford. Hello, Paul.
Hello, yeah. I think, hello, Governor. But, it's the mother of all parliaments. And, in the political textbooks, born to rule the Conservative Party. But on the other hand, the Guardian newspaper, maybe the first time round, Sleaze, World in Action. But,
OK, good call, Paul. Was that scripted, or did you just bring that up off the top of your head? 0345 6060 973. Word salad. Luke says, the biggest shock I've had this week is that no one has called COP26 a cop-out. I have, Luke. Are you listening to me? Steve says, Nick, Mogg is a dead ringer for Lord Snooty from the Beano. Yeah, well, that's an easy one. He looks to me like an Edwardian hat stand.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I described him yesterday as a Third Reich swizzle stick. A little bit. If you stuck his head in an olive, then it would not be surprising to find him upside down in Himmler's martini. Be honest. I'm not saying he's a Nazi. I'm saying he looks like a Third Reich swizzle stick. That's all. Billy says, Nick, Boris looks like Barney from the Flintstones. We need to do the looks like, or we need to stop doing it more accurately. He says the government have made more U-turns than a learner driver. Well, that is true. Yeah, I've got a brief list of about 1 million U-turns that they've performed so far. But I've only got a brief 3-hour show, so I probably won't be able to squeeze them in. Let's go to Belsize Park. Hello, Judy.
Hello.
Judy.
I thought I'd ring just to...
Calm me down?
Well, no, not exactly calm you down. I think you're being really unfair to our lovely, generous government, who really do need a bit of extra money in their pockets.
Yes.
And also because you have to realise how kind they are to pensioners.
Sarcasm alert.
Warning.
I got nearly 2 years ago, so that's saying my age, because I was coming up to 80.
80 years old.
I got a letter from the government.
Yeah, wanting their money back.
Telling me I was getting a rise in my pension when I reached 80.
Go on.
The rise was, to quote you, hold on to something firm.
Mm-hmm. I am sitting down.
25
pounds.
Pence a week.
A week.
25 pence a week.
Wow.
It was sent in a letter.
Yeah.
In an envelope.
First class.
Costing approximately 3.5, 4 weeks of my new pension.
Wow. Just to rub your nose in it.
25 pence a week. So stop going on about this government.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Bodger.
Thank you. Don't you think it was kind of them?
I think it is beyond kind. It's practically godlike. They have visited this fortune upon you. Don't spend it all in the same place. Promise me you won't do that.
What we thought, myself and my husband, was if we saved it for 100 years,
yes,
we could have a week's holiday in somewhere not too luxurious.
If you saved it for a couple of months, you could write a letter and put a stamp on the outside and post it back to them and tell them to stick it.
I could. Or, I could. And also, while I'm on the phone, can I apologise? I never ask you how you are, and I never thank you for taking my call.
Right. OK, well, I'm just fine, and you don't have to thank me for taking your call. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
No,
anyway,
thank you, Judy. Appreciate it.
Reverse what you've been saying about our lovely, wonderful government.
Yes, I apologise for everything that I've just said. I take it all back.
And you'll have that to look forward to.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Okay, I'll write that down in my diary and look at it every day in expectation.
Right, okay.
Cheers,
Thank you very
Judy.
much.
Ta-da.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. 0345 6060 973. So these are some more messages from yesterday. I've got to get through these because they're already starting to pile up from today. Craig says, "Hi, Nick. The NHS app, surely it's got to make the Guinness Book of World Records. I'd bet money on it never being broken ever as the world's most expensive app. I think Silicon Valley missed a trick there. Boy, did they ever. There's the £47 billion they won't be able to get their hands on." Jim says, "If we're having to import our turkeys from France, what about the fact that we have nobody here to butcher them? We'll have to send them back over the channel to get them butchered." I'll talk about that in a while because that's amazing what's happening here. You really do need wings to stay above the BS. It's piling up so fast. That's a misquoted line from Apocalypse Now. "I love the smell of BS in the morning." Yeah, then we're going to get our turkeys from France, and they're going to come over here, and they'll be running about the place, and we'll think, well, we haven't got any butchers. What are we going to do with this? So I'll have to send them back to where they came from. Can you sort this out? Can you make it into food? Poor little chucks. Jim says, "Christmas decorations are a fire hazard. Christmas lights a waste of energy." Oh, come off it, Jim. Jesus' birthday. Be happy. No, I'm underline the point that I made yesterday. I think Christmas decorations, they're not up long enough. I think the end of November, beginning of December, that's a pretty good time to start. 'Cause, like now, too early. Let's keep everything in perspective. But at the end of December, like the beginning of January, what do you got to look forward to? I mean, there isn't anything. You know, in the summer, you've got like no end of things to look forward to. I mean, you don't need to look forward to anything in the summer because, you know, it's the summer. But then you get Halloween. Oh, blimey, excuse me. Whew. I drank my coffee too quickly. I think a little bit of air got in there as well. And now it's coming back out. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. In the summer, you know, it's fine. You've got autumn and then you've got this big thing, Christmas, to look forward to. But in January, you ain't got nothing. And you take the lights down in January and everything just looks so bare and dull. And you're looking at your own walls and it just looks... it's not nice at all. It's this big, colourful, glitzy thing that's just been removed from your life. Don't like it. I think we should be able to keep our Christmas decorations up definitely through February. Doesn't the Queen keep her decorations up, till the start of spring? Something like that. Get Her Majesty on the phone right now. Got a question. She's not picking up? Keep trying. Where am I? Zoe text, "Easter is just as good as Christmas. You get a long weekend without the pressure of having to give presents, and it's your choice if you have the family round." I hate Easter. I actually do. Because the shops close and nothing's open, and what can you do with Easter? I just find Easter very, very irritating and annoying. Westminster. Hello, Adam.
Sir, good evening.
Adam.
I'm really... let's just put it this way. I've never seen so much grief on a government. In fact, it's difficult to differentiate between a Conservative government and a greasy mechanic's hand in a greasy garage. What the hell is going on? We sit by idly and let these basically dictators tell everybody else that the rules don't apply to everyone apart from the Conservative Party. Now listen, we need to shake up, quite frankly, Nick, and the only person to do it is Greta Thunberg, because that lady has got so much gas coming out of her gob, she would be able to power enough hot air balloons to get this Conservative government and hopefully blown over to France. Do it, lad.
All right, okay. Another listener with material. Thanks a lot, mate. I believe that we knew what we were voting for.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah. We knew who he was before we let him in. Yesterday, Peter texted, clocks go forward for British summertime on the 27th of March. 141 sunsets to go. Paul says, do you think we could persuade O. Bakarama to emigrate to the UK and take over the opposition? I'm so desperate, I'll take Gordon Brown back. Gordon Brown? He says, Gordon's alive. That's the campaign slogan. In fact, I'm building my own time machine to go back to the past and warn Stanley Johnson that he turns out fine, but something has to be done about Boris. A little Back to the Future reference there, I think. I think a DeLorean might suit you, Paul. It says maybe we should hold him back in school a year or 10. Yeah. What do you think, Bodge?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's a maybe. And Alex and Ian text, just seen in the paper, nearly £6 billion lost in Eat Out to Help Out. Outrageous. It's by fraud, through fraud. He says, add that to the total. 6 billion literally down the toilet. You know, when this all started, I did just momentarily feel sorry for Bodger because he'd wanted the top job for his entire life, apparently. And then he gets it, and then COVID hits. And I thought, God, that's pretty unlucky. Actually, very, very lucky. There is no better time for the disappearance of mountains of public money than either wartime or during a pandemic. And then I thought, actually, a pandemic is much better than wartime. Because in war, a government spends tons of money on things that cannot be supplied by some bloke who runs a pub. I mean, you don't go and buy a surface-to-air missile from your mates, do you? You've got to use a registered supplier. There's only some people who can make them. So a pandemic is absolute nirvana if you were running a government that wanted to disappear mountains, unimaginably huge mountains of public money. Shall I do the difference between millions and billions and trillions again? Do you want to hear that again? It's massive, trust me. I think off the top of my head, 1 million seconds is 12 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. That's how big a billion is. And they spent 45 billion on an app for your phone that doesn't work. Where'd the money go? Just curious. Anyone going to go to jail for that? I think that they don't go to jail, do they? They go to the House of Lords. Uxbridge, Louis.
Oh, hello, Nick. I've just had a sausage roll and Houses of Parliament sauce. I'm currently in Richmond, listening to Eric Clapton laid out upon the Thames.
Rock and roll!
I'm having a absolutely fantastic time. But, you know, I have to say this, the current government is an absolute shambles, a shambol. You know, if they had any sense of decorum, they would have sorted out the Twickenham A320 Chertsey roundabout today, which was absolutely chock-a-block.
Right.
From one end to the other.
Was it?
I've had enough of the Tories now.
Right.
No, I'm not going to be a Lib Dem supporter. I might become apolitical. I've had enough of all of it. I've had enough.
Right, because of the what road was that again?
The A320 Twickenham High Road from St Margaret's up towards Chertsey Road, at Witton and Twickenham, St Margaret's roundabout, something like that. I don't know.
It's an absolute disgrace.
It's an absolute disgrace indeed.
Yeah. So, what have you got to say about that then, Bodge? He'll get back to you. Well spotted there, Louis. Let's get our priorities straight. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This anonymous text says, I think Matt Hancock was responsible for COPs 1 to 25. Yeah, what happened to COPs 1 to 25, by the way? I mean, this is the 26th COP. Were the other ones any COP? Apparently not. Haven't heard been one about them. James says, I think I just heard you say that status quo were at COP26 in Glasgow. That would have made Biden and Johnson wake up. Yeah, it certainly would. Hey, I tell you what I just saw was, I don't know whether I'll just say it anyway. AC/DC playing Rock and Roll Train at, I can't remember. Just look it up on the World Wide Web, on YouTube, the first one that comes up. If you want to see a crowd go absolutely berserk, check that out. Fan bloomin-tastic. That is the essence of...
Rock and roll!
Certainly is. Let's have Islington. Hey, Frank.
Hello, Nick.
Frank.
Nick.
Yes, sir.
Talk to your lady there, Maggie. I lived in Brazil in the 80s, and a lot of different companies and people, they'll sell their products on the side of the motorways. And I was thinking the farmers could sell their turkeys at motorway stopovers. I don't know what they're called because I'm not a driver. Wherever motorway service stations, they could pull in there with a big refrigerated trucks or whatever the way is to do it, and sell their turkeys there direct to the public.
Right.
If they can do it in Brazil, why not in the UK?
I guess so. If you can catch one, you can keep it.
Right. Yeah, it's dead turkeys.
Oh, we're only going to sell dead turkeys?
Yeah.
Well, that's not very nice.
I know, Nick. I won't be eating one this year. I'm pretty much a vegetarian, but...
What does that mean, pretty much a vegetarian?
Well...
What, you only eat meat?
I eat fish fingers now and again, like me fish fingers, a bit of chicken once in a blue moon.
Poor little fish. They chop their fingers off. Are you sucking a pastille?
I'm having a very late night beetroot salad.
Okay, well, if that's what turns you on. It sounded for a little while there like we were inside your mouth. A little too much macking. Thanks a lot, Frank. Excellent suggestion. 0345 6060 973. He answered a question that no one has asked. How do you sell turkeys if you can't sell them in a shop? You sell them in a shop. What's he talking about? Getting them in a store isn't the problem. It's getting them dead that's the problem. It's putting them on the plate, making them into food. You've got to chop their little feet off and their little head off and take all their feathers off and, strip them nude.
Disgusting.
Then all sorts of other awful things. You've got to stuff them. Don't even think about how that's done. Pat tweets, Nick, the cost of Brexit is ridiculous. I went shopping today to look for a new camouflage shirt, but I couldn't see one. Oh, my God. Will you people stop with these chronic Christmas cracker jokes? Jones says, Nick, if I earned £81,900 a year, I'd be able to heat and eat. Tom says, last night you were talking about Christmas lights. Well, we have fairy lights on all year round. They're in the shape of bugs and dragonflies and butterflies and beetles, which you have to ensure are alternated, because if you get them in order, you get extra points.
And it was 30 or 35 questions. The first questions are very easy. The last questions are much more difficult. Like a memory question, it's like you'll go person, woman, man, camera, TV. So they say, could you repeat that? So I said, yeah. So it's woman, man, camera, TV. Okay, that's very good. If you get it in order, you get extra points. Okay, now he's asking you other questions, and then 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes later, they say, remember the first question? Not the first, but the 10th question? Give us that again. Can you do that again? And you go, woman, man, person, camera, TV. If you get it in order, you get extra points. They said nobody gets it in order. It's actually not that easy, but for me it was easy.
For him it was very, very easy getting it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points if you get it in order.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Yeah, well done, Donny. You are the best.
Oh, shut up!
He's going to be the next president of the United States of America, you know it?
A president! Can you believe it?
Yeah, and then we all really are doomed. Because don't forget what Bodge said.
I think Donald Trump is clearly out of his mind.
Yeah, he ain't going to forget that. Oh, my God, we're all going to war.
I'll bring us into war.
If we live that long. What a way to run a planet, eh? I'm embarrassed to be here. You imagine if aliens from space were taking a peek at us right now, they'd be rolling their 6 eyes to the sky, going, "Pah, what a state. When are they going to get their act together, those human beings? Maybe we should just annihilate the lot of them and start over." We better shape up. £500 million. You've got to be kidding me. You know, there's a few organisations that are, they're not letting any of this stuff go. And if it weren't for them, then all of this would just get swept under the carpet. We'd be invited under great pains and threat of incarceration to forget all that we've seen and heard and move along. Otherwise, at the very least, the Good Law Project being one of them. Look them up on the World Wide Web. Rob texts, hi Nick, he has got a little better, but how can one man from the USA attending the Glasgow event need 30 cars, 12 motorcycles, a police vehicle posted on every motorway and flyover and interchange, a helicopter and an ambulance just to get there? Remind me again of the purpose of COP26. Well, how come Bodger scarpered after, he's there's a picture of him sitting next to David Attenborough. If he hadn't done anything else, he should go for just that. He sat next to David Bloomin' Attenborough. A real-life national treasure, David Attenborough. David Attenborough is also about 90 years old, something like that. So in the at-risk category, David Attenborough was wearing a mask. Remember, wearing a mask is not to protect you, it's to protect others from what you may have. And so David Attenborough was wearing a mask in close proximity to a lot of strangers, and the person next to David Attenborough was wearing a mask, and the person on the other side of David Attenborough was not wearing a mask. Can you recall who that was? Him. Not wearing a mask next to David Bloomin' Attenborough. But that should get him gone. Just that alone. But I suppose he was doing his best. He was also asleep. It looked like in the picture to me. That's how much attention he was paying to COP26. Could not wait to get out of there. He did his routine, you know, he did all of his funny lines, which were received with complete silence because he wasn't addressing an audience of his cult fans. And then he scarpered because he had more important business, dinner with his chums, and he went to it on a private plane paid for by us. You're welcome.
Thank you.
And so he's not there anymore. I thought he was supposed to be hosting this event, which is still underway. Couldn't wait to get out. Well, as long as you're, committed to saving the planet. Michael texts, announcing his resignation, Owen Paterson said that he would remain a public servant, but outside the cruel world of politics. So he won't accept a seat in the House of Lords then. He's having a laugh, says Michael. Yeah, well, we sadly aren't. Tooting, hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. Hi, good evening.
Jan,
how are you?
Great, mate.
Well, yeah, okay. It's nice to hear that. But I do have, I came across a bit of information. I thought I must ring and share it with you because it may not be all such doom and gloom, and maybe
information. You say?
Yeah. So maybe the Conservatives will implode, and so that it may not be up to the voter in the end that Johnson goes, but
they'll cease to be a party. You mean? No. Just that they might when
to replace him. I don't know who with.
When sunlight is shone upon them, they'll melt like the Wicked Witch in the West.
Look, I found
this thing by Paul Goodman. He edits Conservative Home, and he's keeping a barometer. It's not like those polls with the public, but he's doing a barometer of the Conservative cabinet, and he's showing how Boris Johnson is 27th on the list.
Well, what's the list though?
Yeah, I've been trying to find out more about. Well, he used to be a Conservative MP.
Who? Boris Johnson?
No. This guy, Paul Goodman.
Right.
Who writes?
So, are you saying that this is a list of the most popular people among the readers of Conservative Home? Is that the essence of it?
It's not. It's. I think it might be a blog. I don't know how he does his polls.
Is it like a hot or not? Something like that. Maybe it's like a personal opinion of who's up, who's down.
Well, that's the thing I've been trying to find out, but I don't know that it is. I think it sort of might be in-house.
Well, I certainly am glad that you passing on this important information that you have got no idea what it means.
No, I mean, I've been trying to find out, but I mean, it's. I mean,
okay, well, let's calm down.
It's like
let's calm down. Just take a breath. Breathe in.
Anyway, even if this
Jan, I want you to do this with me, please, for your own benefit.
All right.
Now, just relax. Breathe.
I'll do.
Breathe in.
From the diaphragm.
Stop speaking and listen to what I am saying. Breathe in through your. Oh God! Now I wish I hadn't asked. That was awful. Okay, so who's the number one on that list? Don't tell me. It's Fishy Sunak.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yes, he was on. He was high on the list, except for it collapsed amongst the Conservative members. It has collapsed because of his budget.
Okay, who's number one? Please don't tell me it's. Don't tell me it's Liz Truss.
No, I can't believe this. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? But it's got.
No, it's not funny. Is that who it is?
Liz Truss.
Yeah.
She's quite high up on it.
Well, who's number one?
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't say, but some of them have gone up in the ratings.
Yeah. Well, who's the tip toppermost?
Popular. No, that was this stuff. It's just that there's this. I've been trying to find out online as well, but it's who Sunak has fallen down, but he's still 12th place.
Right. Who's number one?
That's who's hello? No, they've gone down. Anyway, I think the important thing is that it seems like a glimmer of light to think that the Conservative Party itself may implode.
Implode, yeah.
Amongst themselves, the members.
Right.
And
maybe they'll create like a moral black hole, and they'll get sucked into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that I think that he's not going to keep his majority, and we needn't get so doomy and gloomy and think it's some Armageddon coming along, with this party and everything.
We've got an election years away, and they're raising taxes now so that they can
manage to get rid of their leaders.
They're raising taxes now so that they can drop them just before the general election. I betcha that is what the plan is. All of those Tories hyperventilating about how much tax we're being that we're suffering under Fishy Sunak. He's raising the taxes so he can play Santa Claus and drop them just before the next general election. Anybody want to take a bet that is what's going to happen? Yes. Anyway, as soon as you've figured out what it is that you're trying to tell me, Jan, I want you to pop it on a postcard and stick it in the post. Please tell me you'll do that.
To convince you that the party
you haven't
may fall
convinced
apart
me of
itself.
anything yet because you don't seem to know what you're talking about.
No, I mean the party itself will choose. Will get rid of Johnson.
Here is the news, Jan. The Conservative Party will do anything it takes to cling on to power because that's what the right wing do. The left, meanwhile, will quite enjoy losing because there's a certain masochistic streak in them. They just, I don't know, they seem addicted to losing. Tony Blair wasn't really very left-wing, kind of centrist. But the left wing of the Labour Party and the left wing of the Democrats in America, it just seems to be that they just they prefer to be on the losing side, fighting amongst each other about who is the most pure. Whereas the Tory party, when it really matters, will get their act in order, get their ducks in a line, and cling on to power by whatever means necessary. Jay texts, good evening, Nick. Pay MPs less. Then we will get people that do the job for the love of looking out for us, not the love of cash. Just like the care workers who get a pittance. They do it because they care. Huh. Well, that's an interesting thought. The more you pay them, the more they will be attracted by the pay rather than what the job is supposed to be. Good thinking there, Jay. Any politicians actually like that thought?
No.
Didn't think so. Jay texts. Oh, no, I've read that one. Very good suggestion there, Jay. Pay MPs less, then we get people wanting to do the job rather than just wanting the cash. Yeah, I mean, if the complete package is over £400,000 a year with expenses, then people are going to see pound signs in their eyes. Because on top of that, of course, you can monetise being or having been an MP. And if you get to the House of Lords, well, that's just the best club in the whole wide world. It's a club that actually pays you a six-figure salary to be there. And then on top of that, you can monetise your title. Forever. And it doesn't matter what sort of dodgy institution that crawls their way over to you. If you just lend them the title of Lord, it burnishes their reputation. Just have to put the word Lord on someone's headed notepaper, and they can be a drug dealer, you know, like the tobacco company or pharmaceutical company or some dodgy property developer or anything at all. Doesn't matter. Their reputation gets burnished no end. You stick a Lord on their headed paper. And so these people, they sit there for life and just collect, a dozen of those things, and they're earning £1 million a year doing nothing, because none of those jobs actually require them to show up for work, you understand. They just want the title. This country it's just mired in it from top to bottom. We think we're above it, but we're probably... That guy who used to investigate the mafia in Italy, I can't remember what his name is, he famously said that Great Britain is the most corrupt country in the world. And I think he's probably right. This is where the international criminal super rich come to wash their money clean. And they do it in the banks and the accountancy firms and the legal firms and the estate agents, of course, in London. And that's why all of those buildings, they keep going up. All these buildings of shiny executive flatlets that nobody really wants to live in, they just pass through. And the higher up the building you look, the more likely it is that there won't be any lights on, ever. Because some shady gangster from Azerbaijan or somewhere like that has bought a £100 million flat at the top of the building, not to live in, just to wash £100 million that they've nicked from wherever. And that's what we do here. It's, this country's not ours anymore. We sold it. It's kind of depressing, really. Maybe we should talk about something else. I'm getting down. Is it just me, or I've been affected by the darkening of the days, more so than I can recall. I am continuously blooming starving. Just constantly want to eat and sleep. It's like I'm preparing for hibernation, like I'm a bear or something. I just can't stop thinking about food. And when I'm eating food, I'm thinking about what the next thing I'm going to eat is. I just wandered around just now, during the news, looking for some food that Steve Allen left around, because normally Steve Allen swishes through the building here, and it's like the entire food hall at M&S has been dumped all over the place. I mean, there's just no end of food. You name it, and he brings it in.
And so I was looking for, I don't know, anything. Biscuits or some crisps, perhaps. Some mince pies, something like that. And there was nothing. Nothing! Thanks a lot, Steve. Blooming starving over here. 0345 6060 973. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Let's call a jam. When will people understand? She's saying the Tory party will do the right thing and get rid of Johnson. When will she understand that the Tory party will support its electoral the likelihood of getting elected and not do the right thing?
They'll do the right thing for themselves. Like I said, the right wing will do anything necessary to either claim or cling on to power.
But how can somebody claim the Tory party will do the right thing and get rid of Johnson? It's delusional. They'll do the right thing for themselves, as you keep saying.
Right. They will get rid of Johnson at the very moment that they find benefit from doing that, and not before.
Absolutely. One of the things I found out about was you keep saying we knew what we were voting for.
Yeah.
But please point out that only 29.some% of the population voted for Johnson. 70% of us didn't.
Yes.
We knew what we were voting against, and we didn't want it. And 70% of the population, I don't know why they aren't rising up, because in a PR situation, as happens in most of Europe, if 70% of the population objected to what was happening,
yes,
there would be serious trouble. In this country, 70% of us didn't vote for him.
Right.
OK, you got an 80-seat majority, but we're sort of accepting it.
Oh, we're totally accepting it. Just like we were accepting Brexit, that it was a democracy in action, when everybody who's even investigated it for a couple of seconds knows that it's the precise opposite of that. We were sold a pup on a vast bed of lies, promoted by billions of adverts bought by who knows who, on Facebook, which were, precisely targeted for each individual person who was receiving them. I mean, if that's democracy, I'm a banana.
And the guy that negotiated it got ennobled.
Yeah.
Absolutely bizarre. But anyway, the other thing, practical thing, which I wanted to talk about is that we have now got double bed blocking in the UK. Because
double bed blocking? Two people in one bed?
Disgusting. Absolutely, yeah. But
that's two. Wait a minute. That's two absolutely's. You're not allowed another one.
Sorry, my apologies. We've now got a situation where care homes are getting filled up with people who could go home with a bit of home care support.
Yes.
And they can't go home
because they ain't got no home care support.
Absolutely. Home carers. Exactly. Now that's blocking up the care homes, so the hospitals can't send people to the care homes who actually need to be in care homes because they're being blocked by people who should actually be at home.
Right.
Which wasn't the situation 5 years ago, but it is now. The government are doing nothing about this, and Sajid Javid is now contemplating whether to make it mandatory for home care workers to be vaccinated. It goes from bad to worse, Nick. We've got a desperate shortage of home care workers, and they're getting threatened alongside NHS people, and there hasn't been an announcement on home care workers yet as to whether that's going to get deferred till March.
Yeah, well, yeah, they have screwed up at every turn that had anything to do with them is undeniable. The only thing that they've managed to fashion a success out of was the initial rollout of the vaccines, and that, I suspect, was because the government had nothing to do with it. It was the NHS what won it. Everything that the government had anything to do with was a colossal screw-up, made us one of the worst affected countries in the world, both medically and economically. The only thing they actually did right was leaving the NHS alone and letting them take over and administer the vaccines. If they could just get out of the way of everything else, then we might actually get somewhere. but sadly not. Anyway, got to go, Mike.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Jim says, according to the Independent newspaper, somebody has set up a GoFundMe account for Sir Peter Bottomley, so far raising 70 quid from 6 generous donors. So it's not all bad news. There you are, Sir Peter. We've got to get paid more. I knew that. And that's, of course, what will happen. The Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority, or whatever body it is that is supposed to decide these things, will examine it at length and say, yeah, you know what, you all deserve another 10 grand. And Bodger will say, well, I mean, it's absolutely nothing to do with me, and if that is what the independent authority suggests, then how can I say no? You know where it's going, and that's where it'll go. I promise you. Well, I don't promise you, but I bet you. Bet nah. Place your bets, bet nah. Simon says, what, you've forgotten all those figures that you mentioned for the MPs is the massive... Oh, yeah, you're right. The massive pension that they also get. It's estimated that for 10 years' service, the average term for an MP, they'll get around 18,500 quid a year. I can't think of any pension scheme where contributing for 10 years would give you that amount of return, says Simon. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Of course, the ultimate pension scheme is going to the House of Lords, because that's when the big money really kicks in. And you know how you get there? Practice. No, that's not it. Wow, this story, I mean... Good grief. How can this government possibly survive this? Everything that's happened in the last week or so. I mean, of course, this is not new stuff. This is just us newly knowing about it. This has been going on for ages. It's just that they've now had light shone upon it, which they find inconvenient or unhelpful, they would say. The Conservative Party, says the Mail, has been accused of guaranteeing peerages to a group of multimillionaires who have donated more than £3 million to the party. This is the best government that money can buy. Wealthy backers who take on the temporary role of party treasurer appear to be offered a seat in the House of Lords once they have donated the set figure of £3 million. According to the investigation by the Sunday Times and Open Democracy reported in the Mail, 6 former Tory ministers felt uneasy about the practice, some calling it a scandal. Really? Just 6? One ex-party chairman said, the truth is the entire political establishment knows this happens and they do nothing about it. The most telling line is, once you pay your £3 million, you get your peerage. Wow. Tell me why we left the EU again. Because we didn't want to be ruled by unelected bureaucrats. That and the £350 million a week for the NHS and the bonfire of red tape. How's all that going, by the way?
Brexit's going great.
Sure. Sure it is. Callum texts, hi Nick, MPs should be made to live for 2 weeks on the income of their lowest paid constituents after being elected to experience what not being paid enough really looks like. It would make great reality TV show too. Yeah, the problem with that idea, Callum, is it doesn't really show them what the experience is like at all. It would, in fact, in the words of Johnny Rotten, be a cheap holiday in other people's misery.
Rock and roll!
Because after the 2 weeks, they get back to their lovely velvet lifestyles, whereas the people who are on that kind of money, they don't get to leave after 2 weeks. They're stuck there. So it's not really like it at all. Preston, hello, David.
Hello, Nick.
David.
How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Excellent. Now, I think one of the problems we've got is that I'm pretty certain Sir Keir Starmer is a zombie.
A zombie? A zombie?
Yeah.
Right. Go on.
Whenever he zooms his opposition leadership in, which is most of the time, he's always sat there in front of a completely white wall just to make him look less pallid.
Right. Pallid. Right. Good word. Mm-hmm.
So, seriously, and he disappears for ages, doesn't he? He might even be a vampire. I don't know. Is it either a vampire or a zombie?
Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. Or a combination of them both.
Could be. Which is pretty scary.
Yeah, a zampire.
Yeah, I mean, scary, even more scary than if he was actually human, in my opinion.
Right, well, I'm sitting here very, very frightened. Very, very scared. Thunder, lightning, very, very frightening. Yeah.
Have you seen a film called Kill List by the director Ben Wheatley?
No.
Have you not seen it? I think it sums up the Labour Party.
Right,
very
I've seen Kill Bill. Is that close?
Right. No.
Right.
No, it's nowhere near close.
Right, okay then.
One of you other callers or texters or tweeters might fill you in on Kill List.
Oh, well, I should look forward to that. Kill List. Is it a musical?
No. It's not for the faint-hearted, I'll give you that.
Right, well, then I'm not remotely interested. I don't like horror movies.
Are you faint-hearted, Nick?
Well, I wouldn't put it like that, but I just don't enjoy them very much. I like action-adventure.
Like my girlfriend, she likes that too.
Right. Okay.
Anyway.
Is she there? Put her on the phone. It'd be a better conversation.
She's asleep. Come on,
asleep.
I'm not going to wake her up for you.
Righto. Okay then. Wow, so offensive. Just lashing out now, David.
Hey?
No need to be so aggressive.
All right, come on. I'm not going to wake her up though, am I?
It's not remotely interesting to me whether you're going to wake her up or not. I don't
you have
care.
To speak to her.
Oh, well, I didn't know she was asleep. Oh, my God. So, talk about somebody's rubbed his fur up the wrong way. Calm down, mate. It might never... Oh, no, that's right. It already has. No, I like action-adventure. I want to see £100 million worth of stuff blow up on a screen. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see people's entrails splattered all over the floor. That's not amusing to me, or fun, or exciting. That's not my thing. I'm not decrying it, because, a lot of people enjoy that sort of thing. It's, it's how people get their kicks. Some people get their kicks throwing themselves out of a perfectly good plane with a parachute. Some people like correcting tigers. And other people like watching scary films. That's just not me. Callum said... Oh, no, I read that. Daniel tweets, Nick, when the ancient Mayans said the world was going to end in 2012, maybe it did. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Maybe it actually did. I mean, we poo-pooed the notion in 2012. It came and went. We thought, ha-ha, charade you are. You got that wrong. But maybe it did actually end in 2012. That would answer a lot of questions. I think as a species, we've all taken the blue pill rather than the red one. Or is it the other way around? I can never remember. 0345 6060 973. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hello, Nick. Enjoying the show as usual. Thank you. Nick, I want to make a fairly serious point, but I just want to first refer to the lady who phoned you about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
She was giving you the results of an opinion poll conducted on members of the Conservative Party.
Yes.
And they were supposed to put the cabinet in descending orders of popularity.
Yes, this is an old poll, though, isn't it? Or have they done a new one?
They've done a new one, and it's really reconfirmed it. So Liz Truss is number 1.
Oh, my God.
Johnson is number 27. I think there are 31 members of the cabinet, so he's pretty near the bottom.
You're doing very well, Bodge.
Yeah. Well.
But the point I wanted to make, Nick, was that, his supporters still don't understand how shallow he is.
Yeah.
And this is illustrated by COP. The Guardian recently asked him when he had become a believer in the climate and environmental crisis.
Yeah. On the private jet flying to Glasgow, he had a conversion.
Not quite that bad. He said he became a believer after he became Prime Minister, when government scientists briefed him scarily, and Carrie managed to persuade him. So he's only believed in the climate crisis for 2.5 years.
Right, when his wife told him to.
Yeah, why couldn't he work it out for himself?
Because his previous career was pretty much as this one is, gaslighting, pretending to believe in things for giggles and money, which is where he is now. He just flits around. He doesn't really have any sort of moral bearing or compass, or he's not attached to any one set of beliefs other than self-preservation.
Yeah, that's right. Can I suggest that? I mean, I agree with you, but the 3 reasons that I've got down is that I think he has absolutely no understanding of science. Secondly, his whole interaction with the real world is based on performance. And thirdly, he's truly amoral, probably immoral. He couldn't give a damn about right and wrong. He'll do as much harm as he can just to keep himself in the limelight. And why can't people see that?
Because people like surface. We're not really interested in what's beneath the surface. We like the shiny bit on top. And if someone is funny, then that's the end of our urge to investigate. We just take them as that. Yeah. But it just seems such a thin act to me. I'm like, oh, God, he's been doing the same thin act since he was a child, and it's still working for him.
Yes, indeed. Anyway, no doubt he'll claim sort of, a great victory from COP26, but fortunately we've got Greta Thunberg to pull him down a peg.
Right, to tell him about the blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all right, thanks a lot, Vance. 0345 6060 973. So, I mean, this is not a surprise about buying your way into the House of Lords, is it? I mean, you would actually be surprised if it was any other way. But to see it written down here, on top of everything else that's happened in the last couple of weeks, I mean, oh my God. A former minister called it a scandal in plain sight. Another alleged that a law of omerta, as in the mafia,
absolutely
silences anyone from discussions of a link between donations and seats. According to data from the Electoral Commission, Peter Cruddas donated a total of £4,238,299.66p. To 66p. That's to party and campaigns. It's supposedly going back as far as 2009. According to the investigation, a Tory insider said peerages were dangled like carrots in the cynical operation and told of an instance where a donor was convinced to give £1 million because it may lead to a seat. A Conservative Party spokesman had said that it doesn't believe big donors who contribute to political sources and parties should be disqualified from sitting in the legislature, which is a pretty cute answer, because it doesn't even come close to addressing the question. It's not whether donors should sit in the House of Lords, it's whether donating a certain amount gets you a seat in the House of Lords. But they turned it around, because that's not the question that they want to answer. They said that it doesn't believe that big donors who contribute to political causes and parties should be disqualified from sitting in the legislature. You see, they turn the issue around and argue on their own terms. That's not what people are asking them. What we're asking is, does giving £3 million to the regime guarantee you a seat in the House of Lords? That's the question. And their answer is, well, we don't think that people who give money to political parties should be disqualified from being in the House of Lords. Which pretty much is an admission of guilt in my mind. I mean, weasel words there that don't really enhance the reputation of this government. I mean, this whole regime stinks from top to bottom. I mean, has this country ever been run by a more shameless bunch of lying, grasping charlatans? In 2 short years, this country has been turned into a banana republic. An international joke. It's not a government, it's a smash and grab raid. And, as I've been told 1,000 times, it's what the British people voted for. Because the Tories are still in the lead in the opinion polls. This country needs therapy. Or a damn good thrashing. Thank you, sir. May we have another? Phil tweets, I frequently have that dream where I can't find my car too. I thought it was just me being weird. But you're adding Bojo to it, takes it to a new level. Thanks for making me feel normal, says Phil. Yeah, I did. He burst into my dream last night. Bodger did.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And I really wasn't expecting it either, and I was alarmed. In fact, I think it made me. I think he made me sweat in my dream. I mean, no, wait, in my sleep, more accurately. Thanks a lot, Bodge. See what you've done? You made me moist. This says, the woke youth would rather spend £10 on a chai latte than save to buy a house. They love to complain, but don't realise how hard we had it when we were young. It's not hard to save. What has that got to do with anything that we've been talking about? Okay, first of all, what's a chai latte? Don't tell me. I don't want to know. Second, whatever it is, it doesn't cost £10. It can't possibly. Third, Grandad, you can stick it. Because when you were a lad, buying a house was something that a person in a reasonable job, in a normal job, could do. They could do that. A bloke could go out and work in the factory, or he could work as, like a normal job. And he could support a family where his other half did not go out to work. She stayed at home and cooked and took care of the kids. And so he would be the only breadwinner in the family, and they could still afford a house. These days, you'd have to be a banker to be able to do that. So you can take that text and shove it. Trev tweets, all those turkeys running about, they could start a new political party. I'd vote for that. Definitely. In a heartbeat. Matlock. Elisa.
Hello.
Elisa.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing?
I'm okay. Well, not really, but I'm okay. I lost my mum a week ago. Had to fly over. I moved from the UK in 2015, and I had to return, obviously, for my poor old mum.
Yeah.
But I'm shocked by the UK now.
Shocked?
It's sad.
How long have you been away?
Yeah. Well, I left in 2015.
Oh, well.
And then suddenly Brexit happened.
Yes.
And then, but I must say, I just want to say, the nurses in the NHS should be given double pay. I cannot thank them enough for what they did, and I would like somebody else in the politicians to do the job they did, because they wouldn't last an hour, let alone a day.
Yeah, we could get the politicians to do that job, and then the nurses could give them a round of applause every Thursday.
Oh.
Excellent idea there, Elisa.
Yeah.
So the country has changed since you were here last.
Wow.
Well, I think one of the things that's happened since you were here last is that we've become obsessed with something that was never front of people's minds, Europe. It's like this entire country has been hypnotised into becoming obsessed about Europe, whereas before all this mess started, nobody was remotely concerned. There was no great surge of this yearning to get out of Europe. It wasn't at the front of people's minds. It wasn't at the top of their issue list. They had no end of other things that they were concerned about other than getting out of Europe. And it's almost like a magic spell has been cast over the country.
Well, I don't understand, because it's like everyone's desperate to get away on holiday to go to Europe, which they want, and then they don't understand why they can't go there without all the forms and all the paperwork, and anything else that has to,
That's because they believed all that folderol about a bonfire of red tape and how everything was going to be easier and we'd have more money and, all of those, like this giant mountain of lies that was presented to them, and we bought it all, or a significant number of us, just enough.
And why aren't people so, I don't know, I think the attitude of, I'm not talking generally, but nobody seems to like each other anymore. Everyone seems to be terribly grumpy towards each other and aggressive in a car, in a shop.
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know what happened. What happened?
It's exactly that. It's like some sort of evil magic spell has been cast over this country that people who had never really thought twice about being in Europe before suddenly became obsessed with it. It's the most important thing in their lives to get out of Europe because they were promised a better life. They were promised a better life by liars. And they bought those lies. And now they're invested in those lies. And they can't admit that they've been had because, and I've said this many times before, it's too much loss of face. Plus, it's a loss of hope. That's what they're clinging on to. Hope and avoiding embarrassment by admitting that you've actually been had by a very, very obvious campaign of lies. Where do you live in Spain there, Elisa?
I live in Mallorca. Mallorca.
Well, that sounds a delight. Well, I'm sure the weather is lovely at this time of year.
Well, I don't know. I'm in the UK at the moment, so I have no idea. But
but you live there.
I do live there, and I can tell you it's a little bit better than the UK.
A little bit better than the UK. Yeah, well, I'll see you at the airport, Elisa. I'll bring my water wings. How does that sound?
That's okay.
Okay? Okay, I'll have to do better than that. How about an inflatable banana? How does that sound?
I don't think that would be allowed through immigration.
Well, I wouldn't blow it up before I get there. I'd keep it deflated. Thanks a lot, Elisa. 0345 6060 973. Alice texts, we haven't got any turkeys. They're all going to have to come from Poland. I'm not sure I could catch Not sure I could catch one any longer, but I could prep it if necessary, but thankfully it isn't. P.S. I recommend duck à l'orange, which is what I'll be having. Duck à l'orange? Filthy French food? No thanks, Alice. British food. I want my dinner boiled to within an inch of its life. I want it boiled till it's mush in the bottom of the pan. And then put some ketchup on it. Lovely. The British way. Darius says, hi Nick, £37 billion is more than a year's army budget. You're talking about this for this app. I thought it was 47 billion. Well, what's 10 billion pounds between friends? He says with half of it, they could pay 100 grand to all Google, Facebook and Apple staff, to all of them from cleaners to CEOs. And with the rest of the 37 billion, they could buy an average UK flat for every single one of them to work from home if they like. I did the maths so you don't need to. It is correct. Would you please read this out? No. No, I won't. What are you talking about? Paying Google, Facebook and Apple staff? They're well remunerated. Susan texts, Nick, I agree with you. Late November is the right time to put Christmas decorations up. Yes, not now. Late November. She says, my neighbour started putting theirs up at the end of September.
What?
You're joking. They've had a Merry Christmas sign on the door for a whole year. Just as crazy. He said, Happy Christmas about a month ago. Wow. I'd move out straight away, Susan. You're in great danger.
Warning, warning.
Barbara says, Nick, can we please hear the numbers in millions and billions from Nadim Zahawi again? Yeah, do you have the numbers there, Zaphod?
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including 86%, 5 million, and of course over 50%. And what I'm saying is, an additional 162 million, and that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right now, that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Thanks for the deliverance. What is that man talking about? Just fills the air with noise. Michelle says, "Hi Nick, please do not be so unfair to January. I always look forward to it as my birthday is on the 3rd. Same as Greta. The 3rd of January. Cole Ross, Charlie.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing?
Yeah, good. I was just laughing there. Sorry. So we're hearing obviously quite a lot about the Tories this week and Boris and how bad they are. But of course, up here in Scotland, we haven't voted the Tories since 1955. I think it was the last time we voted the Tories in mass.
So it's not your fault.
Here.
Yeah, not your
it's not
fault.
No. So we're kind of sitting here waiting for England to kind of
catch
up a bit.
Right.
And it's quite far away, it seems still.
Yeah, you're sitting there with a smug look on your face and your arms folded, going, you sort this out yourselves.
Well, we can certainly see the polls for independence going to be a bit higher.
Yep.
Certainly, if we want to be doing any polls.
That's right.
Yeah. So that is the democratic deficit that Scotland sort of lives in, I kind of noticed it myself, born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s, in a kind of mining area in Scotland. And, so I kind of recognised that way back then that Scotland was kind of in a democratic deficit sort of thing, When it comes to elections, we always voted Labour up here, and obviously we'll be doing that for many years. And
I mean, being a Scot is a bit like when you invite your family around for Christmas dinner, and there's always one numpty.
Be careful now.
A numpty, and that's the English. There's always there's always going to be a numpty, isn't there? Somebody like an embarrassing uncle. That's who we are. Yeah, sorry about that. We apologise.
I am very sorry that I screwed up.
I was just thinking as well, though. I mean, is there a country in the whole world that actually gets the leaders that their neighbouring country votes for every time?
Oh, right. They have to. They have the decision made for them. In fact, we. I mean, I'm half Scottish, half Welsh, so I almost, but 100% English. So I sort of excuse myself a little bit, but not really. But it is kind of annoying that we in England say to the Scots, no, you're getting it all wrong. You voted wrong again.
Stop voting for the SNP, and it's like, well, who else are we going to vote for?
Right.
Really?
Right. Well, on behalf of everybody south of the border, I apologise, Charlie. All right. Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers. 0345 6060 973. Another unsatisfied customer. Chris says, evening, Nick. I think the poorly paid MPs definitely should be allowed a second job. Sarcasm alert.
Warning.
Earning more than 80 grand here is an idea for them, as they clearly have enough time for a second job. They could volunteer, say, at a food bank or something. Oh, no, wait a minute. That means seeing the reality for the many, says Chris. Some of that makes sense. Do you want to rewrite that?
No.
Or just stick with that one then?
Just stick with that version. This says, odd folk traditions like chasing a cheese down a steep hill. Yes. We can start a new one at Christmas. Catch a live French turkey. If we had to actually kill the animals that we eat, everybody would be a vegetarian. You know that, don't you? You have to actually go through the process of executing an animal. We wouldn't do it. I know I wouldn't. Jeremy, I don't even want to execute a fish. In fact, I'd go further. I don't want fish to look like they were ever a fish. If it's on my plate, I want it to be square and in breadcrumbs. Jeremy, just as nature intended. Jeremy emails, I had a weird dream last night where I was picked up in the morning by our new salesman to go to a client meeting, and it turned out to be Donald Trump in a big limo. I woke up soaked in sweat. Was it from exercise?
Exercising is fun and it's nice.
Yeah, what do you know? He says, while on Donald Trump, don't you think that the story that Trump tells us his rallies about the snake fits Bodger like a glove? Yeah, you knew I was a snake before you let me in. I used to have that on one of these buttons, but I haven't got it now. I haven't played any Donald Trump stuff, not really, not in a big long while. What do you think about that, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee scoop poop.
Exactly. Let's have a call in Guildford. Peter.
Hello, Nick.
Peter.
Yeah, you were talking about MPs having a lower salary. Well, there is an MP called Nadia Wickham.
Yes.
She's a left-wing Labour MP.
Right, from Nottingham East or
Nottingham,
West?
Nottingham East, I think.
Right.
And she pays herself £35,000 a year rather than the £82,000 salary.
And apparently gives the rest to local causes. They are sport.
Right,
I've nicked your material.
Yeah, that's right. She does. And now, if she can do that, she's 25 now, I think.
Yeah.
If she can do that, as they call her the baby of the house because she's the youngest MP.
Right.
If she can do that and take the sort of average wage of a worker, then why can't the rest?
See, her intention was, as far as I'm aware, is that she didn't want to insulate herself from her constituents. She wanted to live the sort of normal life of the people that she was representing. So £35,000 in Nottingham is a big chunk of change. I don't know. I'm not going to do any homework, but my guess is it's about double what the average is around those parts.
Yeah, that's right. But the thing is, she's showing that she's not just in it for the money, and the fact that she does give it to charities and so, even a food bank, I understand. Now, that is what I call a genuine MP,
right,
who is on a good salary.
Looking after the interests of her constituents, which is what they're supposed to do, as opposed to looking after themselves.
Well, then it makes me sick when I hear someone like Peter Bottomley complaining that £82,000 is not very good.
Yeah, but that's like I said before, that's the thin end of it. If you add it all up with the expenses and everything, it's a decent chunk of change. It's over £400,000 a year.
Yeah, I know it's incredible, but with this government now, it's looking so corrupt. But I still wonder, Nick, whether people will catch on or whether they give him an even bigger majority at the next election.
I'm amazed that his poll numbers actually went down, because with every startling revelation so far, that his poll numbers have done nothing but go up. So maybe this is the one that broke the camel's back. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. But the Brexit thing continues, and that is what will dominate people's minds come the next general election. There'll be two things. First, it'll be he'll still be trying to get Brexit done. That will never stop. That's why we will never have an agreement with France,
because it's in the interests of the regime to keep that war boiling, because it keeps the fans on side. And the second thing, of course, is that fishy Sunak will decrease taxes just before the next general election and give the promise that vote for me and I'll give you more money.
Did I hear right in the news just now that, was it Keir Starmer or somebody, they got onto the appointments committee at the House of Lords to try and stop Owen Patterson being made a lot. Surely he's not considering that, is he? Putting him in the House of Lords.
What would you think, Peter?
I think he would.
Yeah, me too. Yes, exactly right. Shameless is, I think, the word that we're looking for. Yeah, utterly, totally and completely. Tanim says, I feel sorry for the MPs. It must be very difficult to live with the salary they get. Hence, they need additional jobs. I'm assuming you're being sarcastic because you've given me an emoji at the end of it.
Oh,
no. It looks like a sun winking at me. Stop communicating in pictures, people. Seriously. What are you, 12? This text says, hello, Nick. I think the reason you are in eat-sleep mode is because you are weary. Thanks. Well, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired, if that's any help. Yeah, I don't recall being affected by the dimming of the light before, the changing of the seasons. It is like I've gone into hibernation mode. I can't stop thinking about food and wanting to go to sleep. What's that about? Steve tweets, I feel your seasonal pain, Nick. I used to live in Melbourne, Australia, which has a miserable climate that is the butt of jokes around Australia and thus made me miserable. I then moved cities to Brisbane and the whole SAD thing just dissipated from my life. And he got HAPPY instead. Yeah, it's not... I don't think it is SAD, seasonal affective disorder. I don't think so. I mean, I wouldn't have that yet, would I? I mean, it's only just gone back, the clocks. But I don't know, I just feel hungry all the time. What's that about? And Steve Allen, all the food that he left last week is gone. Thanks a lot, Steve. Hereford. Hello, James. Oh, James? Yes, James.
Hello, Nick. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it does.
Uh-oh.
It is sad. It's very sad. No, it is. I suffer from it. I've been overdosing on the sad daylight lamp today. Exactly the same as you. Can't stop eating and just want to curl up and go to sleep.
Yeah.
So I don't know why it's kicked in so quick this year, because it doesn't normally, but I think that's what it is, my friend. Anyway, that's not why I called.
Does that lamp help?
It does, but you have to persevere with it, and you have to sort of, sit about no more than 4.5, 5 feet maximum away. Yeah, it does help me. It does. You use it every day.
So you just sit there and stare into it?
Yeah, that's all it is. And I had it for years, and a friend of mine put me onto it, and I thought, I can't see this working, but they said stick with it for a week and see how you go. And so I've got one and a spare bulb.
Well, just in case.
Yeah, well, the last thing you want in the middle of December is the bulb to go, and then find out that you can't get one because they come from China.
Right.
But give it a go. The lamps are about 30 quid for a good one, and
£30? What?
30 big ones. Yeah. But no, the reason I called was, you think it's got as bad as it can. Can it get any worse? I reckon it can, because I was thinking during the course of your programme, which I've been laughing more than usual tonight, and that's meant in a good way. I think it's the OD with the sad lamp. But the British electorate are to the political class the gift that keeps on giving.
Yes.
Because, when was the expenses scandal? 2016? And, I've been sitting here thinking of the £300,000 refurbishment of a duck house in the middle of a pond, the complete redecoration of a house that the person no longer owned and hadn't done for some time.
Yeah. Heating of the horses' stables, that sort of thing.
That's right. I mean, why are we so surprised about this, this latest thing? Because, I mean, the expenses scandal, it peeled the skin off something that had been going on. It was historic corruption
yes,
been
James,
going on.
But remember back what happened. What happened during the expenses and after the expenses scandal? Did anybody go to jail? No. Did they get...
No, actually, they did, didn't they? There was it 4 or 6 people went for... But, I mean, they went to open prisons and they had a cushy time and they, they were very good. They taught people to read and write and they were out within sort of, 6 months to a year maximum.
I don't recall. But what I do recall was that it ended up with them earning more money. They said, essentially, the same thing that they're saying now. Well, I mean, how can we possibly not steal money or take money from vested interests on this kind of salary? And so they got more money. They got a pay rise.
Yeah, I mean, their cop out is always, well, we're not in control of our pay.
Yeah,
well,
sure.
Whoever is in control of their pay needs to be shaken until they, it is just, it beggars belief that we still keep voting these people in. We've got such short memories.
It was such a cute thing for them to do. They say, we won't set our own pay anymore. We'll leave it to an independent body. And that independent body gave them a bigger pay rise than they could possibly have thought they could have got away with if they had awarded it to themselves.
That's right. That's absolutely right. But what's concerning me, Nick, is who's going to replace the blonde-haired one, because there's a few muppetorial candidates waiting to fill his shoes.
Yeah.
And do you think that's going to happen before 2024, or do you think they're going to keep him? Or I can't see them ditching him, before the final furlong. And I just wonder if there was to be, a contest brewing now, who would fill his shoes before 2024.
Because, the thing is, the people that he's surrounded himself with aren't exactly a cabinet of stellar talents, are they? So if it's somebody from his coterie, then, well, 2 things. They won't be very good, and they will be more of the same. I mean, it'll just be a continuation of what we've got now, with a nod and a wink, and they'll pretend that it's a new broom, and all of the problems that we've been highlighting have been solved, but it'll just be, the same old story. There won't be any change. So we can only hope that it's somebody from outside who would actually be... let's get John Major back. I mean, let's get Gordon...
Well,
Go on.
I heard someone say the other day, if you want to replace Johnson, it's got to be someone, with the same, who sort of, speaks, fairly, posh and stupid, and they...
Please
don't
say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Don't ask me. I don't know anything.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Not him.
Yeah, exactly. It was him. And, I mean, if that happens, it would just be incredible, because...
One comedy music hall act to the next. No.
Yeah. But I mean, Gove, but he tried to stab Johnson in the back, didn't he?
And furthermore...
No.
No, there isn't anybody. There really isn't. Not from his coterie. I can't think of a single person who you could reasonably put your faith in.
I mean, people said that Theresa May. I mean, I've never voted Conservative in my life, but I did have a modicum of sympathy for Theresa May when she was in that position, because
Yes.
I mean, I think her own kind treated her appallingly, and I think that she's a decent woman. I think she's a decent, sort of human being, and sort of morally
by comparison, exactly.
Yeah, and how this Muppet has got away with this one-trick pony act for the length of time he has is just beyond belief.
You can fool some of the people all of the time, and he's doing that to just enough to keep him where he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thanks a lot, James. Cheer up, mate. It might never Oh, no, that's right. It already has. John tweets, Nick, the only thing that will sort out the problems in our parliament is to get PR, proportional representation, as a voting system. Then it is very unlikely that any one party would ever get an overall majority, meaning parties would have to learn to work together in a rainbow coalition. I couldn't agree more. I've read out the list many times on this show of all of our countries, countries that you've heard of, that you could actually pinpoint on a map unaided, that are run by coalitions. And the surprising thing about them is that their citizens are, by and large, happier than ours. Makes them happier. Because more of the people will have their needs attended to. Rather than this winner-takes-all kind of the system we got here, which is more sort of American, really. In every way, we seem to be moving towards an American winner-takes-all sort of system than a European, more collegiate system. And it only benefits those who have already made it. Claire texts, Nick, you're having sweaty dreams about Boris Johnson. It's not a pleasant thought. Thanks for that, says Claire. Yeah, maybe I should clear that up, Claire. Not what you think. Certainly not the way you've written it, anyway. Yeah, Boris Bodger burst into my dream last night.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And it was really quite alarming. I did wake up in a bit of a sweat. Because I was just... I cannot remember really what the nature of the dream was, but I think I was looking for my car or something like that, and I was going through all sorts of different buildings, some of which I recognised, and others that I didn't. My brain was just making up. And I was going through a place where people were eating, and then there he was, right in front of me. And I did think... Oh, God, all these things, all these unpleasant, nasty, mean things that I've been saying about him. He's going to get me back for that, I thought, in my dream. And then I woke up in a sweat. Thanks a lot, Bodger. You've ruined my dream. Let's have a call in Sevenoaks. Mark.
Hi. Do you agree with John Curtis that the next Parliament will be hung?
No, I think the Tories will squeeze a win because Fishy Sunak will say, they will reduce our taxes just before the next general election. That's, I think, why he's made this surprise move of raising taxes and why Tories are going, poor! And it's very unconservative for him to raise taxes. That's why he's doing it, so he can lower taxes just before the next general election, give us all a big bribe, and people will say, oh, all right then.
Yes, my hope is that the effect of Cheshire and Amersham will spread. It seems that the leadership of the centre-left parties isn't going to come to any kind of deal, but that doesn't mean to say that there can't effectively be one, because I think the activists are more open to that.
Yeah, but what difference does it make whether the activists are open to it? It's the leaders of the respective parties that have to do a deal.
Not really, because although an activist can't campaign for another party, they don't have to campaign in their own constituency. And so if local deals can be done, then you could get a situation where, for example, the centre-left candidate who has the best chance of unseating the Tory or staying in gets a lot of support not only from their own constituency but from other constituencies.
Yeah, too complicated. They're going to have to make it really easy for us, say this is who you have to vote for if you want to have a change of regime.
Well, it would be like that. That's what happened in Cheshire and Amersham. because although other candidates stood, the only candidate from the centre or left who had any campaign behind them was the Lib Dem. And people understood that, and the votes for the other candidates collapsed.
Yeah, well, I have absolutely no faith in any of the above being rolled out on a sort of national scale, because it's too complicated. There's too many names for people to keep in their heads. You want to make it really simple for them, and that would mean that the leaders of the respective parties, i.e. the Labour Party and whoever, are going to have to say, well, let's go for a coalition. It would be beneficial to the majority of the people in this country who have, since the Second World War, almost always voted against Labour. More people have the Tories. More people have voted against the Tories than for them, practically every election since the Second World War. And yet, since the Second World War, 2/3 of the time, they have had their votes ignored by our democratic system.
Well, that's true, but there is something that I think may help in terms of giving the activists a bit of a fillip, and that is the way in which the Labour Party leadership has rejected proportional representation, despite the fact that 80% of the activists wanted it.
Yeah, idiots.
And
they're just obsessed with losing. They're just addicted to losing, the left.
Well, what I'm hoping is that that will encourage the activists to get their act together and do the sort of thing I'm talking about, simply out of sheer fury at the leadership.
Yeah, it's just too annoying. If just the Labour and the Greenies decided to get together, they would crush the Conservative Party, and they would be the next Rainbow Coalition leading this country.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that. I mean, they would probably need SNP votes and Liberal votes.
They wouldn't. Not really. I bet they wouldn't. I mean, the Greenies are on 10% at the moment. I mean, they have shot up. They've doubled their the number of people who intend to vote for them in just a couple of short years. It's really remarkable. It's one of the sort of political stories that nobody's mentioning. The Greenies are on fire.
Maybe, but that's not going to work in Scotland. They're not going to unseat the SNP in Scotland because of local.
Well, they don't have to.
Well, I'm not saying they do. I mean, the point is to avoid the Conservatives having a majority of seats, and the SNP seats are not Conservative already, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So we're in agreement, I think. You seem to have talked yourself into the ground there, Mark. But anyway, good effort. Better luck next time, I think. We won't disagree. 0345 6060 973. This says, thanks, Nick. I'm always hearing about how my generation have it so easy. My granddad had an average job and bought a house and raised 6 children on his wage alone. That other bloke can shove off. I read once that if the minimum wage had risen with inflation, we'd be on £20 an hour now. Yeah, well, that doesn't seem unreasonable, does it? 20 quid an hour? That should be the minimum wage, for crying out loud. But it isn't, because the vast majority of the gains made since the 1960s have gone to the 1% at the very, very top. CEOs' remuneration used to be, now this is off the top of the head, but it's more or less 40 times the average salary of the average person in their company. 40 times, which is quite a lot. That used to be the case in, I think, the 1960s. Now it's something like 400 times the amount of the average salary of the average person in their corporation. So pretty much all of the gains, all of the profits, the amount earned by the people has gone not to the 99% of those who actually made the money. It's gone to the 1% in what they call the C-suites, the chief executives of this and that and the other. That's where it's all gone. But yeah, that is completely correct. People used to have one job per family, and they used to have a house bought. That's because houses used to cost $5,000. And it's gone stratospheric, partly because we don't own anything anymore. We sold it off to the Malay. You know, it's not people from Eastern Europe that we should be concerned about coming over here and taking our jobs, because they didn't come over here and take our jobs. They obviously, from what we've got in the news every day, not being able to fill the jobs, food rotting in the fields, that sort of thing. They didn't come and take our jobs. They came and did the jobs that we didn't want to do, still don't want to do. They've doubled the wage and we still don't want to do it. We should actually be more concerned about the international criminal super rich coming and washing their money here, which has just made the price of everything go through the roof. Particularly property. A doctor used to be able to afford to buy a house in Chelsea, for instance. Just a doctor, a GP. That's who used to live in Chelsea. GPs used to have a bijou little place in Chelsea. The wife would be at home, and I'm going to put it like that because that's how it used to be. It used to be the work was delineated like that, and the kids, they would go to a private school. One doctor used to be able to live like that. Not no more. You'd have to be a hedge funder or a banker to live like that now. All the doctors moved out to Wandsworth, and the people that used to live in Wandsworth had to move out to Streatham, and the people who used to live in Streatham had to move out to Croydon. So things have changed dramatically, and this idea that the kids today have, they've got it so easy, God, it's just such nonsense. But every generation always thinks ill of the generation beneath them because, their knees work, and there's some small chance that they might actually get to have sex again. So, very disappointing to the old people. I don't like this and I don't like that, and moan.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Wapping. Why not? Paul.
Oh, good evening. Yeah, I mean, if any of these people out there have called you in tonight about, the political scene, think this is democracy, well, they're deluded. They're either blind or deluded, because it's been like that for years. It don't matter who you put in. It's like if you chuck Boris Johnson out now. I know he's useless. If you chuck Boris Johnson out now and put somebody else in, it'd be bad, just or worse.
Yeah, be the.
And then if you put the other geezer in,
yeah.
If you put the other geezer in, the socialist sir, who's took the knighthood, and he's a Marxist.
Well, not really.
Which he should give the honour back, because he, how are you a left winger or a Marxist and taking a knighthood?
Right, I don't think
that's another big scam.
I don't think he's a Marxist, but I'm sure
he's a socialist. Socialist Marxism, Trotskyism is all the bloody same.
I'm not even sure that that's true, and I don't think he's a socialist either.
It is, because they're no better. I mean, when you've got this lot who are all rich boys taking all the pie, and the other lot are threatening to throw acid in people's faces and calling people scum. So, what?
Okay. That's an interesting thought. Wow, it's an education, this show, every now and again, ain't it?
No.
Not really. Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure I agree with anything that bloke just said, but at least he said it vociferously and really, really loudly. It's like politics P101, ain't it? Not really. I know. Let's get Gavin Williamson back. This text says, why are fireworks not mentioned at COP26? Millions went up in smoke and they create massive amounts of pollution and they scare my poor greyhound. Greyhounds always look like they're scared anyway, don't they? They just look permanently scared to me. Too thin. They should eat something. Speaking of which, Alex says, if you're hungry all the time, do you think that you could be suffering with a tapeworm? And Susie on that subject says, are you sure you're not pregnant with the sleeping and the eating? Pregnant? Tapeworm? How about just hungry? Yeah, I don't know whether I've mentioned this before.
Stop whining.
But I'm just continuously ravenously hungry lately. Ever since the evenings got dark, and specifically since the clocks went back. Since the clocks went back, I've been starving. Lorraine says, I get a SAD, seasonal affective disorder, SAD, every winter from September onwards, and I'm dispirited till mid-spring. Yeah, sad during the winter, dispirited in the spring. And HAPPY in summer. God, it can't come around quickly enough. Let's hope it's a good one. This text says, Boris Johnson's dream. I had a dream last night and a random hedgehog turned up. I spent the next... Oh, this sounds like a joke coming. Is this a joke? I'll just scan ahead. Right, no, okay, it's just a dream. I had a dream last night and a random hedgehog turned up. I spent the next bit of the dream getting it safe. It was raining, I took an umbrella, then something about dancing with feathers. Yeah, that makes about as much sense as anything else that's happened this year. Yeah, why not? Sure. How many? I'll just check ahead. See. Oh no! Wow! Look at that. I am well ahead of schedule. I'm a good boy. I am.
Correct.
Almost done all of them. That surprises me because normally there's like hundreds that I don't get around to doing. I'm very good at my job. Little bit. It says Gavin Williamson and Chris Grayling could thrive under Sir Keir's leadership. Well, one of them is very patriotic. Don't forget about that.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country. Much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
Can you believe that we are managing to get along without that bloke? Margaret texts, can be diabetes if you hungry all the time. Yeah, what happens if you can't type, Margaret? What does that mean? Can be diabetes if you hungry all the time, says Margaret. Okay. Terry tweets, perhaps we'll see a new party/coalition, Green Labour. I hope so. Well, according to the latest stats, the Tories are on about 40, right? Labour are on something like 35. I mean, they might have ticked up a little bit lately because Keir Starmer seems to have been revivified, shocked back into life. And he said something mean to Bodger, which seems very unlike him. It's almost as though he wants to win the next general election. So let's put him on 35. Now, the Greenies are on 10. If the Labour Party could just get its act together and join up with the Greenies, then we would have a Labour-Green coalition at the next general election. And the Tory parties would be cast out forever. Because I don't think that there's been a single general election. There may have been one. I'm prepared to be corrected. But I think since the Second World War, there is perhaps only one general election in which the Conservative Party have polled the largest number of votes. And yet, they keep winning and winning and winning because the opposition refuse to enter into coalitions. They just will not work together. It happens all the time. It's infuriating. Like I said, I think that they are addicted to losing. They like being on the outside, looking in and criticising. Actually, it's worse than that. They don't really spend much time criticising the regime, the Conservative regime. They spend most time criticising themselves. They disagree with themselves, beating themselves up. God, it's infuriating. Get it together, Sir Keir. Susan emails, "Hi Nick, I agree. Keep Christmas decorations until March when the clocks change. I put my tree up on the 1st of November. No, Susan.
No.
Too early. You've peaked too early. I mean, can you is it, well, it depends. If it's a real tree, you've peaked too early. Unless you keep it in a pot and it's growing and you water it and you give it some light. But if it's a cut tree, then what's it going to look like in March? I mean, it's going to be this sad, saggy thing. It'll be drooping. All of its branches will be on the floor. Its needles dropped off. That would be in a right state. That will look SAD. You don't want a sad tree. You want a happy tree. You know, one year I did think of doing it really early and then swapping the tree like about halfway through. Because it'll only last. I mean, it only looks good for about a month, doesn't it? And then it just sort of goes brown and all the needles fall off and it becomes a nightmare. But I thought, how about putting it up at the end of November and then sort of at the end of December, swapping it for another one? You know, a fresh tree. Is that crazy? A little bit. Sue emails, you mentioned Donald Trump earlier, and it reminded me that I watched an old episode on YouTube of an American TV show. I think it was Seth Meyers, the one where Trump makes a speech to the UN and the German delegates are laughing at him. Laughing at him. It's still hard to believe that he ever got elected, but also this is one of the funniest things I've watched in a long time. Pure comedy. Well, I don't know which one you're referring to there, Sue. Was it one where he was explaining what a smart person he is?
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Well, it makes me laugh. You know, he's going to be the next leader of the free world, don't you?
Oh, no.
I think that's in our future. I can't stand it. Him and our blonde bombshell leading us into hell together, hand in hand. I think the human race has jumped the shark. There seems to be something wrong with this species. Perhaps we've just outlived our usefulness. Something else should come along and take our place. I mean, it could be anything. Like a race of asses would be better. Oh, no, that's what we have now. Fran says, just imagine how much arguing would go on if the Labour Party and the Green Party joined forces. Well, there shouldn't be any argument. I mean, they're on more or less the same side, aren't they? I mean, the Green Party want to save the planet. Who doesn't want to save the planet? We're in pretty much universal agreement that it really is awful and something should be done. So that's a start, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure the Greenies are interested in improving the lot of the working person. Why wouldn't they be? I think it's a match made in, if not exactly heaven, then it's, I don't know, what's adjacent to heaven? What's adjacent to heaven? The Lake District. There you are. Alice says, Dear Nick, regarding SAD, now that lots of firms sell bright lights, I find rather than sitting under one, more convenient is to have several different types around the house. For example, over the bedhead, early AM, but perhaps not for your schedule. A table lamp, an office-type lamp, a standard lamp by the sofa. I hope that helps, says Alice. Yeah, I don't think I've got to seasonal affective disorder, because I think that's a much more serious condition. I'm just hungry all the time. Just that. If Steve Allen had only done the decent thing and left more snacks around the place, then I wouldn't be complaining. No, not exactly complaining, more...
whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, it's more like that.